The Stalker trilogy is a masterpiece. I spent the last 5 months playing it and creating an overly long video essay for each entry. What you're watching now is the supercut version. Every single video put into one for your viewing pleasure. So sit back or get ready for bed or whatever and get ready to enter the zone. I present to you the Stalker trilogy supercut version. With Stalker 2's release on the horizon, I finally thought it was time to dip my toes into this franchise, and after putting 30 hours into a single playthrough, I must say, why haven't I played this game sooner? From its engaging gameplay to its rich lore, Stalker was honestly an incredible experience. Despite all the bugs, NPCs not moving out the fucking way, and being continuously blown up towards the end of the game, no, you... Stalker is a masterpiece.
What the hell?
What are you here?
Эх, гробы подорожали!
But what is Stalker? Well, this game has a unique twist on one of humanity's greatest disasters in history. In 1986, the Soviet Union had an oopsie and almost put half of Europe at risk of severe radiation poisoning. This event is called the Chernobyl nuclear disaster. Now, I won't go into great detail about this event since there are many reasons that led up to this disaster, but to simplify it, the nuclear reactor exploded and released a ton of radiation into the atmosphere. The radiation was 400 times stronger than the atomic bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima. Once the mess was sort of cleaned up, the Soviet Union created a 30km exclusion zone around the perimeter of the power plant. Now Stalker has an alternative take on this disaster. The reactor had a second explosion, and not only did this spread more radiation, it also spawned in supernatural anomalies and mutated the wildlife and humans into monsters. However, despite the dangers, many people saw this as an opportunity. The zone created these supernatural artifacts that are worth a fortune to researchers. So people dived into the zone hoping to find fortune. Either that, or they're running from their past. Stalker is filled with all kinds of characters, some good and some downright evil.
What are you here?
Where you place on that spectrum is completely up to you. The zone is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. I just did all that and then died. Oh my fucking god. Our story begins on a stormy night. We see a man speeding through a storm whilst having a truck full of bodies. But this supernatural storm was too much and the truck gets struck by lightning, causing the truck to tip over and scatter the bodies everywhere. Then as morning comes, a scavenger rushes over to the crash site and instantly starts to loot the bodies like a rat straight out of Escape from Tarkov.
We got a fucking rat! Kill him!
Rather than checking for survivors, he searches for something that will benefit him instead. To his surprise, he finds a survivor.
This one seems to be alive. What a lucky guy. At least death would have saved him from the dreams. Let's go and see what value Sidorovich will put on your head.
But he's more interested about how much the survivor is potentially worth rather than being concerned for his life. Within the first minute of the game's intro, we already see the ruthlessness of the people inside the zone. To him, it's not about saving this survivor, it's more about what he can gain from it. So the scavenger picks us up and heads straight to a trader named Sidorovich.
This shit look nasty as fuck!
What's interesting here though, is that the man says he found us at the death truck.
What have you got?
A body. It came from the death truck. It's got the mark.
Well, you know the drill. Leave him on
This is a live one.
Bullshit.
Which means he knew exactly what he was looting, and it probably means it's not his first time either. The zone is a cutthroat world, A dead man's stuff is another man's treasure. Each time you loot a body in this game, it's like opening a case in Counter-Strike. It's either complete shit or you find a really strong weapon.
Oh my god!
But in our case, all we know is that the mark on our arm means something. Sidorovich loots the PDA of our body and there's one message displayed on the screen: kill the Strelok. Then the man wakes up and instantly snatches the PDA back like an iPad kid who's away from the screen for more than 2 seconds. Now, this is where the game begins. The person we are playing is suffering with amnesia. He doesn't know his own name, how he got to where he is now, and he's forgotten the basics of the zone. In comes a tutorial. Here, we're introduced to a stalker's best friend, the personal digital assistant, aka the PDA. This little tool tells you everything you need to know about the zone. It allows us to see other nearby stalkers, a map of the zone, tasks and waypoints, and logs that contain personal information of your own stalker. Each time you progress through the main story, your personal diary gets updated. This allows us to see the thoughts of our protagonist and get an idea of his current mental state. Since he's suffering with amnesia, he writes in his personal log about the only events he can recall. This is his first log. Damn it, it's all a haze now. I remember a car. They drove me somewhere for a long time and my whole body hurt. There was darkness. What happened before that? I have no idea. So confused. Now this fat guy calls me the Marks one, probably because of the strange tattoo on my arm. And then there's this weird mission to kill some guy called Strelok on my PDA. Is it even my PDA? Looking at Strelok's photo, I'm not even sure if I knew him or not. Damn it, it's all like a bad dream you can't wake up from. What to do, where to go, and worst of all, who am I? Okay, calm down, control yourself. The first thing I have to do is some jobs for Sidorovich. He's claimed to save my life after all. That shouldn't be too bad. I'll take a walk, calm myself down, and perhaps my head will be clearer. As the Mark 1 mentioned, Sidorovich believes we're in his debt and he wants us to do some missions for him as a form of repayment. His first task for us is to save one of his informants from bandit captivity. For this mission, he gives us an absolute dogshit weapon to carry out this task for him. This is the PMM, aka the Makarov, or as I like to call it, good luck mate. The damage on this thing is like shooting a Nerf gun. It almost does next to nothing and the only viable option is to go for headshots. But good luck with that because whoever wields this weapon immediately becomes intoxicated and you won't be able to hit anything accurately that's over 4 meters away from you. In 1951, the Makarov became the Soviet Union's new service pistol and it used a newly developed caliber which was 9x18. The Makarov replaced the Tokarev TT-33, which was the pistol they used to fight in the Second World War. The newly developed 9x18 round was less powerful than the 7.62 Tokarev, so why would they replace it? Well, there's 2 reasons. The 7.62 Tokarev was apparently a bit too much for a handgun in terms of firepower, and the Makarov was a lighter option. The second reason why is probably the main thing that made the Soviet Union switch. The Makarov was cheaper. But this sidearm is known for its reliability and many people enjoyed it. However, in Stalker, this thing is dog wank and I wouldn't trust this thing to commit game over screen. For that reason, I'm putting the Makarov in D tier. I did the smart thing and instantly went to go look for something better. But before I do that, I think it's time to meet the locals of this village. Everyone here, including you, are part of the Loner faction. Loners are people who are not affiliated with any of the main factions within the zone and they do not partake in any conflict or politics inside it. They are all here for personal reasons. That could either be that they're seeking for fortune by scavenging for artifacts, or maybe they just want to explore. Every loner is neutral. This means they don't really have any enemies beside bandits. If you chill out with loners, you will most likely have a good time, as they like to socialise and sit by campfires in groups, most likely sharing stories. Loners either work on their own or they carry out missions for traders or for other factions. These are mostly simple jobs such as hunting mutants or escorting other stalkers. To an extent, loners could be neutral muscle for hire, but don't let this fool you into believing they're all good people. Most stalkers cross into the zone for personal gain, however some of them are probably on the run from the law. I met this fellow loner in the garbage area and we got to chatting. He seemed like a nice lad until he spilled the beans as to why he came to the zone in the first place. He's a fugitive who's wanted for 2 murders and for GBH. Now, he does explain his reason for killing them. His friend was almost killed by 2 others and he wanted to get revenge. But it makes you think there could potentially be loners who have done far worse and have fled to the zone to start a new life. Loners have 4 ranks that determine the gear they have equipped. Rookies wear basic armor whilst using basic weapons such as SMGs, pistols, or a shitty sword or shotgun.
Are you serious right now, bro?
Then from experienced to expert, they carry assault rifles and wear more advanced armor. Just by looking at what a loner is wearing, you can easily identify their ranks, and it's a good warning to the player if they should fuck with them or not. You may think loners are happy with their new lives inside the zone, since they're completely free to do or go wherever they want, but as long as it's not the north. But talking with a few loners, you will find some of them are desperate to escape. They want to return home, but they're trapped, since the military has checkpoints around the whole perimeter of the zone, and this is to prevent people from entering and even leaving. The military are authorised to shoot on sight, so they are not your friends. If you see soldiers, either run away or get ready to fight. The military were the first faction to be in the zone, since they were set up around the perimeter guarding it. They even had soldiers within the zone, but this was before it became what it is now. Their mission is to guard the zone and prevent anyone from entering. The checkpoints they set up are usually filled with regular armor units who are using basic weapons. Whilst regular troops guard the checkpoints, more experienced and higher ranking soldiers move deeper into the zone to investigate. These soldiers are ruthless, and you will meet them pretty early on in the game. As time went on, the army noticed a numerous number of people entering the zone from unknown locations and attempting to bring out potentially dangerous artifacts. So the military had a change of plan. Whoever they can't prevent from entering the zone, they will make sure they don't escape. Just down the road from the village is a military checkpoint. Approaching it unprepared will result in a quick death. However, if you're patient enough, you can wait for a patrol to walk up the road and ambush them. I tried this with the Makarov, and let me tell you, this quickly shows you just how brutal this game can be. Fuck! Stalker does not hold your hand. There is no skill tree or perks to make your character stronger. The gear you have equipped is what makes the Marked 1 stronger. The map is broken down in segments that basically have its own difficulty setting. The further you go north, the harder the game gets, but the equipment gets much better. What I love about Stalker is how the game progresses. As you travel closer to the north, you will feel that difficulty spike, but that's what makes this game a thrilling experience. This game is not for the faint of hearts, as you can easily be killed with just a few shots. After all, Stalker is a hardcore FPS. This game encourages experimentation with how you approach certain missions and fights in the game. You will die a lot, especially if it's your first time playing. After dying a couple of times to this patrol, I somehow eventually killed them with the Makarov. This gave me an upgraded version of the Makarov, the AKM-74. It's bigger than the Makarov and obviously looks completely different, but trust me, they're the same gun. Because they're equally shit. The AKM-74 shares almost the same characteristics but with more damage. Shame that 80% of that damage is going to hit whatever's behind the man you're trying to kill, because this thing can't hit shit unless you're crossing swords with the man. Here's a video I found online of a man shooting a silver plated AKS into a room with zero guard for safety. The AKS-74U is commonly chambered in the 545 round, but 7.62 variants do exist. The AKS-74U is a compact version of the full-length AKS-74. This version was fully adopted in 1979 by the Soviet Union, and this weapon was designed for law enforcement, tank crews and pilots. As badass as this thing looks in real life, according to my research, not only is this gun trash in Stalker, but apparently this weapon is also trash in real life, and was even hated by the Soviets when they adopted it. So I think it's fitting if this gun sits right next to the Makarov in the tier list. But it is somewhat an upgrade, so I think it's time we save Sidorovich's informant. We meet up with a group of fellow loners who were hired to carry out the same job. Inside this camp are bandits, a faction filled with the worst kind of people and are only here for one reason alone. The zone is completely lawless. They aren't exactly a strong faction and they're mostly pushovers, but they do have one advantage. They will always outnumber you. These buggers love to roam and attack in large groups, but most of the time they're pretty under equipped and don't wear all that much armour, so any weapon can drop these cretins pretty quickly. There are different levels of bandits, however they're not easy to spot because they only have 2 outfits, either a trench coat or an outfit of a typical Slav. A bandit wearing a trench coat will always be a pro bandit, and any bandit wearing the leather jacket will range from rookie to veteran. But honestly, these ranks don't matter as they all have room temperature IQs and most likely have a vodka only diet. So they aren't really a threat, but I think now's a good idea to talk about the overall AI in the game. At times, it feels like you're fighting special forces. They take cover, flank you, reposition frequently, and will take advantage of their numbers. They can kill you in an instant, and sometimes they can even shoot through walls. But there are these moments where they just don't notice you at all, even when you're killing their friends right next to them. The AI in this game is certainly not perfect, but I can't deny the fact that it makes Stalker just that more funny. This game is meant to be an FPS horror, which at times it definitely is, but Stalker has this charm that just makes it comedic sometimes.
Oh, what the f...
I pick up a shotgun off one of the bandits for testing reasons and instantly discover that this thing is completely useless. Yeah, no history lesson for this one, it's going straight down the D tier. We clear the camp and secure the informant. This lad is called Nimble, and he has a flash drive that we need to bring back to Sidorovich. He also gives us a job to find him the perfected suit, which you can find east of here inside a tunnel. Doing side jobs for traders and random stalkers is not required at all, but it's definitely worth doing as it builds up reputation and can reward you with nice stuff. Building a fat wallet is going to make it so much easier for you to acquire better armour. Unlike guns and ammo, armour is not abundant as you can't loot it off bodies like you can with guns. Most of the time you will find armoured suits hidden away in the world, or you get them as payment from missions. Some of the strongest suits of armour can be bought, but they're extremely pricey and require a high reputation to be able to access. So it is definitely worth spending your time building up a reputation and earning some money. You can also access armour piercing ammo, which is rare to come by in the zone, especially 556 armour piercing. On my way back to Sidorovich, I ran into someone from the military. This guy somehow made his way over from the military checkpoint and is seeking revenge for me killing the patrol. But little does this man know, I have a super weapon in my pocket. An RGD-5 grenade. Now grenades in this game are no joke. These bad boys do not care what armour you are wearing, it's going to kill you. Unless you're wearing an exoskeleton. If there are guys chilling in a room, just chuck a couple grenades in there and job done. Grenades are your best friend if there are enemies that are too stubborn to move, because this will either kill them or it will finally make them move, giving you the opportunity to finish the job. I love grenades in this game, they have never let me down. Also, they are pretty common to find, which is a huge bonus. So I think it rightfully deserves to be the first weapon to be placed into S tier. It has no negatives, only positives. Want to see just how insane grenades are? Right, watch this. On my way back to Sidorovich, I noticed that all of these soldiers from the checkpoint came out to look for me. Shame I had grenades on me and they all bundled up close to each other.
Holy fuck! That was diabolical!
You little fucking beauty.
We make it back to Sidorovich and hand him the flash drive. This is where he fills us in on a mission where he's cooperating with other traders to find a way to open up the north. He says people are unable to reach the north due to a certain area that is causing people to feel like their brain is boiling, which doesn't sound pleasant at all. But what's interesting is that apparently Straylock, the man we are looking for, has made it to the north. This is probably why Sidorovich wants us to find this man so he can gain information from him. Our next mission is to reach the Agropon research facility. This is a military base that contains documents that can help us open the north. But to get there, we must find a way through a second military checkpoint, as it's the only somewhat safe way through to the northern part of Cordon. Your other option is this tunnel of death. I think now's a good time to talk about the anomalies in this game. After the second reactor explosion, the zone altered and spawned in these supernatural anomalies. These death traps are a one-way ticket to your last save if you're not wearing any form of protection against these things. There are a total of 9 unique anomalies to look out for. Some are more common than others and some far more deadly. Certain anomalies are easy to identify just by looking at them, however some are a bit more blended into the environment and your only form of protection against this is your PDA. Your PDA will notify you of any nearby anomalies with a very distinct sound. The closer you are, the more aggressive this noise becomes. Anomalies can be bypassed if you're incredibly careful. Lucky for you though, your Stalker is equipped with an infinite amount of bolts to guide you. Bolts will trigger anomalies, which is a good indicator to you to avoid that certain spot. But if the bolt just hits the floor and rolls, it is safe for you to take this path. If you have a keen eye, some of these anomalies spawn in artifacts for you to find. Now a lot of these artifacts are just scattered around anomalies and they are pretty common. Usually the ones you find lying around are pretty shit and aren't worth much. But the ones that require more risk to obtain pay off as they sell for a decent amount. However, selling certain artifacts is a bad idea since you can't equip them to gain power. The cheap artifacts are never usually worth equipping as the negatives always outweigh the positives, especially the ones that lower your radiation protection. The artifacts that I would look out for are the ones that boost endurance and radiation protection. Since there is no fast travel in Stalker, you will be running back and forth continuously. You can obtain a unique artifact called Flash, and this gives you plus 73 endurance, which practically gives you infinite stamina. But there is an even better one called Moonlight, but this one is very rare. It only has 4 spawn points and is usually hard to reach unless you're wearing certain artifacts that boost shock resistance. But that's not what makes it rare, it's the fact this artifact only spawns in between midnight and 5 AM. And you can't even control the time of day in this game, so you will have to wait till the time is right. And to be honest, I am not that patient, so the Flash will have to do. The reason radiation resistant artifacts are important is because the north is flooded with it. So this makes the endgame segment a bitch to fight through if you're not carrying enough medicine. While I was deciding which path I was going to take, I ran into another soldier from the checkpoint, and he was holding a fancy looking weapon. This is the Oberkhan, also known as the AN-94, but I think Jam 94 is a more fitting name. So far, this is the best weapon I have used up until this point in the game. The accuracy is okay and it does fairly decent damage, but holy shit does this thing love the jam. Here's a clip of this gun, jamming 3 times in the span of 30 seconds. Oh, and by the way, it's only lost 20% of its durability. Yeah, that's one thing I forgot to mention. Equipment has durability, that being your armor and guns. You may think this isn't so bad, but get this, you can't repair your armor or weapons, which means you will be frequently switching out your gear.
Giddy up, ride up, cowboy! Oh, I forgot. You're broken. I don't want to play with you anymore.
So all the money you saved up for your new suit of armor is going to waste, as eventually you will be leaving it behind on the ground at some point. You can find upgraded versions of armor and guns that do have better durability, but they also won't last forever. Okay, back to the A94. This gun is okay, but what's interesting about it is actually the history behind it. Due to complaints about the AK-74's accuracy, the Soviet Union started Project Abakan. This was a project to find a replacement for the AK-74. The A94 was one of the weapons in that project. This weapon had a very unique and complex design. One of its features was Hyperburst. This was a 2-round burst that was so incredibly fast that it apparently felt like the gun was only firing once. The rate of fire of this Hyperburst was 1800 rounds per minute. The weapon was praised for its increased accuracy over the AK-74, but it never went into mass production since the design was incredibly complex and expensive. Some did get used, but only for special roles. The AN-94 is considered one of, if not the rarest assault rifle in the world. Now this weapon is insanely cool in real life, but shame it sucks in Stalker. C tier. But if you find a unique one with a fixed PSO scope, it is considered one of the best guns in the game. but I never found it, so it's staying at C tier. This tier list is for all the weapons I personally used in my playthrough, not for all the guns in the game. Now that's out of the way, let's move forward. Once we reach the other side of the checkpoint, a stalker contacts us and wants to give us some information regarding Straylock. He gives us coordinates to go and meet someone by the name of Fox. Apparently this man knows Straylock. We arrive at the coordinates and find Fox on the ground bleeding out. He was attacked by a pack of dogs and barely managed to pull through, but now he's asking us for some help. Since I'm a kind soul, I gave him my last first aid kit. Only to then find out he actually knows next to nothing about Straylock and just gives us coordinates for his brother's location, who apparently actually knows something. Before we can head there though, he requests our help again. It seems the dogs haven't finished their business with him and are coming back for round 2. So we sort these buggers out and now Fox owes me big time. But when I returned a few hours later, Fox was dead, and this was because he was attacked by more dogs yet again. This idiot didn't learn his lesson from the last 2 times and paid for it. Fox wasn't the only person I found dead though. I returned to this compound and witnessed a gang of bandits storming the place to try and take it back from Nimble and his friends. And they were successful. They killed everyone, including Nimble. This just shows you the unpredictable nature of the zone. These kind of events that are completely out of your control is what makes Stalker's world feel alive. On our way to meet Fox's brother, we stumble upon a group of bandits trying to rob a fellow loner, and I can't allow that. Whoops. Oh well. I guess this gives me time to ask you guys for something. If you have made it this far into the video, I'm assuming you're enjoying it. I hope. Anyway, all I ask is that if you are enjoying the video, then I would highly appreciate it if you give it a like, as that helps out a lot more than you know. Now, back to the zone. Earlier, I picked up this Viper 5, which is based off the H&K MP5 from Germany. This iconic SMG was produced in the 60s and is still considered one of the greatest SMGs ever made. It was developed to supply counter-terrorism units with a reliable close quarters weapon. The GSG-9 used this very weapon to storm an airliner in 1977, and the SAS were impressed by the MP5's performance whilst training with the Germans, which led to them also adopting this weapon. Then in 1980, the SAS raided the Iranian embassy using the MP5. This weapon has proven itself time and time again. But is it good in Stalker? Well, kinda, but only if you're fighting low armoured enemies. With its crazy fire rate, it drops them fairly quickly and it's pretty reliable. I can see this weapon being pretty good against certain mutants too, but I didn't use this weapon all that much. The Viper 5 in the late game probably won't be all that great since the factions you fight are pretty well equipped. So I think C tier is fair enough. We make it to this factory and find Fox's brother, but before we can talk, we must help him and his crew fight off a bandit attack. But I shit you not even 30 seconds into the fight, Fox's brother died. So I just lost my one and only lead to finding Straylock. But it doesn't matter because him dying just automatically marks the next objective anyway, so nothing is lost. This part of the map though does have some interesting environmental storytelling. You can just see that this entire area is surrounded by these heaps of scrap metal that is extremely radioactive if you go anywhere near it. Probably because all this scrap was taken from the reactor to clean up the area. By talking to one of the loners inside the factory, we can find out some interesting information. They call themselves trash men, and the reason for this is because they all climb up into the scrap to search for artifacts. And if you actually do risk climbing up there, you can in fact find artifacts. Though they're not worth all that much, I still think the detail is a nice touch. One other bit of environmental storytelling however, is far more interesting as it raises a few questions. In the northern part of Cordon, we can find a flip truck that is incredibly radioactive. But what's interesting about it is all of the bodies that is scattered around it. This looks familiar. It must be another death truck. All the bodies are wearing quite a unique looking uniform that we haven't seen yet. They're definitely not military or even loners. They all must belong to a completely different faction. But where did they all come from? Who are they? And who is driving these trucks and why? All we know is that we must have came from the same place as these people, but wherever that is, Straylock might have an idea. West of the factory, we run into a loner who requests our help.
Damn, that's a military air assault force. Our guys are there.
His group is under attack by the military and are in desperate need of our help. We get an objective to save the mole since he has information regarding the secret documents inside the military base. But this is the part in the game where I realised Stalker is actually pretty hard. Eventually, I saved the mole and he took me to an underground tunnel system that I can use to sneak into the military base. As I was fighting the soldiers, I managed to pick up an AK-74, an assault rifle with a legendary history. The Soviets created this rifle as a response to the West. The US military had great success switching to a smaller caliber with their M16 rifles, as they were able to carry more ammo while having greater accuracy due to the 5.56 caliber being a smaller and a lighter projectile, meaning the rifle has far less recoil than the M14 rifle. So the Soviets took note of this success and created the AK-74. With this rifle, they switched from their 7.62 round to their newly developed 5.45 caliber, which is very similar to the 5.56 NATO round. The AK-74 in Stalker is pretty much the same as the A94, but it's a lot more reliable. Another benefit with this gun is the fact that 5.45 ammo in the zone is extremely common, making this a pretty decent gun in the early to mid game. But there are better options later, so I think it deserves a slot in B tier. Before we head down into the tunnel system, we have a word with Mole regarding Straylock. Apparently, Surly told me this guy had information on him, which isn't possible because I never got a chance to speak to the fella. Anyway, according to Mole, Straylock and his group have set up their base down in the tunnels. Without hesitation, I jumped straight down there, to then be greeted with a sudden shift in tone. It feels like I don't belong down here, and that this territory belongs to something else. I got used to the ambient music on the surface, but down here, it's just noise. And it turns out, not even the underground is safe from anomalies. But we're not alone down here. Bandits have taken this place for themselves, but that's the least of our problems. This is a bloodsucker, a stalker's worst nightmare. These mutants are pretty much the apex predators of the zone, simply because they can go invisible at will and can kill you incredibly quickly. And worst of all, they're bullet sponges. But what the hell exactly is a bloodsucker and where did it come from? Well, based on rumours, bloodsuckers are the result of an experiment within the zone, or it was a stalker who eventually mutated into one. Nothing is concrete about its origins, it's just stories. The zone as a whole is a mystery. Most stalkers still don't understand it, all they know is how to survive. Just beyond the bloodsucker, we can find Straylock's hideout, and honestly, despite the spooky tunnels and this walking nightmare, this place is pretty cozy. And inside, we find a nice upgrade over our AK, the fast shooting AK. This is an upgraded version of the standard AK with increased durability and obviously a faster rate of fire. This gun is actually really good and I think it deserves a slot in A tier since it is just a better version than the standard AK. This weapon will carry you close to the end game. It does fall short compared to other options later, but for mid game I think it's one of the best. And to go along with it is a nice amount of 5.45 ammo. Hidden inside this hideout is a flash drive containing a message for Straylock. It informs him that one of their members of the group has died, and that he knows how to find Straylock by asking someone that goes by the name of Ghost. We didn't find Straylock, but at least we got a name. If we want any idea where to find him, Ghost is our man, we just need to find him. However, our priority right now is to retrieve those secret documents. But as we go to leave the tunnels, something yells for our attention. This annoying fuck is called a controller, and it uses psychic abilities to attack us. Honestly, the only scary thing about this mutant is the ear-piercing noise it makes as it tries to kill us. But it turns out a controller needs direct line of sight to be able to attack us, so you can actually exploit this by leaning in and out of cover. However, this glitched my game and I was unable to move, so he just walked up to me and killed me. This pissed me off, so I greeted him with an RGD-5 grenade. Taking a closer look at the controller, we can see that it resembles a human. It's wrapped in bandages and it's wearing jeans. This person either mutated due to radiation or it was an experiment. Unlike the bloodsucker, this mutant being a lab experiment is a lot more plausible. We finally make it to the military base and for now we're undetected. But as soon as you start blasting and an obnoxious siren begins to blare out, alerting all the soldiers to your position. The secret document is hidden away inside the main building on the 3rd floor. We need to retrieve this and bring it to the main hub of the game. But I instead took a detour and headed east instead. This is where I met a nice chap interrogating a bandit.
Please don't kill me. Your partner is being taken to the abandoned factory. That's all I know, I swear.
His name is Bullet and he needs our help saving his friend. He's part of a militia faction known as Duty, but more on this later. Right now, we're on a rescue mission. We set up for an ambush and successfully save Bullet's friend.
Bullets. Thanks, friend. Hell, I already kissed my life goodbye.
He thanks us and asks if we want any information about this area. We find out there's an old factory just east of here and I thought this would be a cool area to explore. But set up there though are a bunch of bandits. And it turns out there's actually a hidden RPG here, which are incredibly rare. But is it any good? Well, I will come back to that in a second. Let's explore a little bit more. I went to go return to Bullet to let him know I cleared the old factory, but I couldn't find him anywhere. Not until I walked 10 meters up the road from the ambush and discovered that he walked straight into a fucking anomaly.
Big Chungus sends his regards.
With Bullet dead, I thought I'd go look for his friend. And he had the exact same fate. He also walked straight into an anomaly. So it turns out not even NPCs are safe from this fate. Just south of here is an old pig farm where we can find some fellow loners, and one of them is keen to talk business.
Yo, hombre, come over here and let's talk business.
So we get to chatting and he has a deal for us. He will give us a location to a stash that contains a Gauss rifle, only for the price of 800 rubles. What a bargain. So of course I accepted it. But to no one's surprise, it was a scam.
Listen to me carefully, sucker. Have you heard the story of Robin Hood? Well, your money went to feed the poor. Forget about it. Try sticking your nose here again, and you'll be crawling back to your mommy.
He's willing to let me leave, but I'll be walking away 800 rubles poorer. Now, let's be real. 800 rubles in this game is nothing, but I can't let this slide. It's not about the money, it's about sending a message. So, where does the RPG rank? Obviously, it's S tier, if you can find one. We finally arrive at Rostock, the main hub in the game.
I said come in, don't stand there. I said come in, don't stand there.
You'll be passing through this area a lot to reach other sections of the game, but that's not an issue at all as there is a lot of jobs for you to do here. You can also stock up on ammo and supplies from the barkeep. The more reputation you have, the better the items he sells. But if I was you, try not to cause any trouble here. This area is run by one of the most armed factions in the game, and that faction is called Duty. They're neutral to you since you are just a loner, but they're not too keen on trespassing.
Get out of here, Stalker. Get out of here, Stalker.
Or waving a gun in their face.
What are you here?
Duty is a heavily armed and well-disciplined paramilitary who honestly doesn't fuck about. It is best to avoid pissing these lads off since they do control a very important area in the game. Their main objective is to protect the outside world from the zone, as they see this place as a serious threat to humanity. They will accept any loner into their ranks as they're trying to increase the size of their army to battle the ever increasing size of the zone.
Солдат этих конченых.
So essentially, they're an army trying to protect the world. They don't sound so bad, right? Duty members fall under ranks similar to that of the military. The ranks range from private all the way up to general. These are the type of uniforms Duty members wear. The reason they fall under military ranks is because duty members actually consist of deserters from the regular army. This is why they're well equipped and disciplined. As to why they deserted into the zone is unclear, but I like to think that the deserters fled to the zone because they understood the real threat the zone is to the world, or they saw an opportunity to dominate the zone since in the beginning there weren't many factions to oppose them. Or maybe duty is actually still linked with the military and they're actually pretending to be a separate faction from them to give them plausible deniability. Whatever their reason is, it doesn't matter. Some may see duty as heroes since they do save and protect regular loners, but maybe they're only saving loners to try and gain their trust so they can recruit them. Duty is a well equipped faction that mostly utilises Eastern weapons, probably due to the fact they deserted with their equipment from the regular military. Whoever deserted probably stole a lot of equipment. At the entrance, I actually found a duty member's corpse who died to a bunch of dogs. So yeah, this guy isn't actually meant to be here, so I had no idea how this happened. But at least we can get his unique weapon. This is the Thunder. Its real life counterpart is called the OTS-14 Groza. This is basically an AK-47 but converted into a bullpup rifle. But instead, it shoots 9x39 ammo rather than 5.45. And the reason for this is because 9x39 is subsonic. This makes it easier to suppress the gun. And this weapon was designed for the Spetsnaz, who mostly carry out CQB and sabotage missions. But turns out, this weapon is hated for its increased weight and being uncomfortable to handle since the weapon's action is reported to be too violent, making it hard to shoot accurately. Even though the OTS sucks in real life, it absolutely fucks in Stalker. It has a crazy high fire rate and it deals a ton of damage. It can drop guys wearing exoskeletons in an instant and the durability is pretty decent. But there is one massive drawback. It has awful accuracy, which basically means this gun is very limited in terms of range. Despite that, I think this gun is amazing at close range, so I think I'm going to rank this in B tier. And the reason for this is because taking fights at range with a scope is much stronger than fights at close range, simply because the AI's accuracy is determined by how far you are, which should be obvious to anyone.
One past the going toward you. Over.
And the AI can kill you insanely quickly if you get too close. So this is why I favoured long distance. It's a lot safer and it ensures I don't lose my hairline from constantly dying. However, the Thunder that I picked up is actually a unique version. Instead of shooting 9x39, it shoots the same round as an AK, meaning there's plenty of ammo for you. 9x39 is nowhere near as common as 5.45, so this unique version is a lot more sustainable. So I'm ranking the unique version in A tier simply because it shoots a more common round. They're exactly the same stat wise, they just shoot different calibers. We make our way to Barkeep to hand him the secret documents. But this isn't the end of it. Turns out, the secret documents contained information about a lab called X16, that's somewhere in the Dark Valley. However, getting in won't be simple. The lab requires 2 keys to enter. Barkeep has one of them, and the second one belongs to a man that goes by the name of Borov. He's the leader of the bandits, and they have set up a base in the Dark Valley. But he can wait, I want to do some exploring, since I can now access new areas that are connected to Rostock. Areas that I'm obviously under equipped for, but I thought I'd give it a shot. So I decided to head north and then immediately came across a new faction.
Hey! Halt, Stalker! You're on Freedom territory.
These lads are part of the Freedom faction. But before I got a chance to speak to any of them, they got a little surprise.
It was a fucking ambush.
Jeez, these bastards didn't stand a chance, what the fuck. We learn that duty is at war with freedom, simply because their ideologies clash. Duty stands against the zone, whereas freedom stands with it. Members of freedom believe that we should embrace the zone and allow freedom of movement in and out of it simply because they believe the zone's secrets could help humanity. To be honest, I don't know who is right or wrong in terms of their ideologies, since they both make sense. The only thing we've seen so far in the zone is nothing but death. But freedom could be right about there being secrets that could actually help the world. But since people are too busy fighting and that the military loves getting involved, those potential benefits could remain a secret forever. But the zone is expanding and it's getting more and more dangerous. Maybe it should truly be taken control by duty so they can contain the situation and eradicate it. But who knows what the zone would look like under full duty control. After the ambush, a duty member runs up to us and asks us nicely that we should remain silent about this, but then threatens my life after being conflicted about the question. Yet duty aren't exactly the kindest people, but hey, at least he offers us a job. They have set themselves up outside Freedom Space and plan to storm it to wipe them out. So I became brothers in arms with duty and raided the Freedom Base. And to say that this was a complete shit show would be a massive understatement. We were severely outnumbered and this honestly felt like a suicide mission. But I trusted the boys in exoskeletons to be warriors. And after many deaths, we finally cleared the base. But every single person died but me, so there was no one left around to pay me. But how else can we approach this job? Well, you could be a scumbag and rat duty out. You can actually walk up to the base and, to be honest, get a fairly warm welcome. They ask you if you want to join them and say it would be fun. And this made me realise
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I don't expect to be forgiven. I'm simply here to apologize.
I committed heinous acts of violence against Freedom when it actually turns out they're pretty cool guys. When I proudly put on that duty uniform, I walked outside the front entrance to look around a little bit more, and that's when I saw it. There are charred bodies hanging outside the gates of duty.
Hans, are we the baddies?
So yeah, the message about joining duty to help fight against the zone and save the world is most likely propaganda. It's to create urgency among loners to join them just so they can increase their numbers to dominate our factions. It might really just be all about power to them. I mean, it makes sense as to why they want to destroy Freedom because they're quite an opposing faction to them. Now, this could just be a warning to loners or to any faction that think it will be a good idea to attack them or not, but it is a little concerning. If you do decide to rat out duty, you'll be sent with a team to go destroy them. But for some odd reason, the entire base were aiming all their weapons in the general direction of duty and were slowly making their way around to them. This completely broke the actual quest for me and I was unable to complete it. And if I tried to fight duty by myself, Freedom for some unknown reason would just turn on me. So in that case, I guess I'm siding with duty whether I like it or not.
Don't shoot, please!
Мы на месте.
After that entire battle with Freedom, I did some jobs to build up my cash and reputation. I also took part in the arena, a blood sport open to any stalker who wants to put their life on the line for a bit of dough. The arena puts you up against either one or multiple opponents with a custom loadout. You can't bring your own guns in, otherwise that would be too easy and I don't think the people placing bets will be happy with that either. But this does give you a nice opportunity to use weapons you haven't got a chance to use yet. Each time you win, the prize money increases, but so does the challenge. At one point, they put you up against a man in an exoskeleton with nothing but a knife and a few grenades. So yeah, talk about rigging fights, am I right? Once I satisfied my wallet, I headed straight into Dark Valley to pay Borov a visit, and tagging alongside me is my GP37. Yeah, a Freedom member didn't need this anymore. The GP37 is based on the H&K G36K from Germany. It was produced in the early 90s and it replaced their G3 battle rifle. The reason for the switch was because they wanted a lighter and more ergonomic rifle for the 5.56 caliber. Just like the US, they also adopted 5.56, but this is simply because this was becoming the NATO standard. But what's actually interesting about the G36K is that H&K in the beginning had no incentive to switch to 5.56 in the 70s and wanted to pursue development on the G11, which was going to be used in case as ammunition. which actually never went ahead due to it being cancelled for multiple reasons. H&K then offered the G41, which was originally going to be an export orientated version of the G3, but it was turned down since it didn't meet the NATO standards. But is it good in Stalker? Absolutely. This gun is actually insane. It does a nice amount of damage and it comes with a scope. But what makes this gun insane is its accuracy. Since headshots can kill armoured opponents pretty quickly, and the fact that I can do that at range is what makes this weapon S tier. The only downside to this weapon was its durability, but it did serve me incredibly well until I found a replacement. It made storming Borov's base a breeze, and I cut down his men without breaking a sweat, including the big man himself. With his key secured, we can gain access to Lab X16. Once we're inside, this is when Stalker really turns into a horror game. You would think nothing would be down here since the whole place had been sealed up, but we can clearly tell by the audio we're not alone down here. This lab has multiple levels that are locked up and require code to progress, so we must look around for any information. This is a Snork, a mutated human who has been exposed to severe amounts of radiation which destroyed his mind, leaving nothing behind but a feral creature. Taking a closer look at the Snork, we can see the remains of its uniform before they turn into this monster. This could have previously been a stalker who was too exposed to radiation, or maybe it was once a soldier who was sent into the zone to investigate incredibly dangerous areas. Snorks by themselves can be dangerous. Though it may look like a feral beast, some levels of intelligence remains as it tends to use ambush tactics against stalkers. They can lunge at you from a distance and are incredibly quick with their attacks, but they become a serious threat when they group up on you. In my opinion, Snorks is the scariest mutant in the franchise simply because of its appearance, but also the fact that this mutation can happen to anyone. Unlike bloodsuckers and controllers, the origins of a Snork isn't a complete mystery. Everyone knows this is what happens to a stalker if they get too close to the sun. The audio down in the lab is superb and it really sets the mood. You can just hear something big lurking around as you move through these tight corridors. Also, it turns out you can open lockers in the game, and inside one of them, we find something rather interesting. We find a new suit, but apparently this belongs to a faction called Monolith, and this looks sort of familiar. The bodies by the second death truck were wearing armour similar to this, but theirs had this white camouflage. But the shoulder and elbow pads and even the hood have the same shade of brown. Even the actual vest looks the same. So are these bodies from the Monolith faction? We haven't heard anything about them other than rumours. Apparently they're an army of fanatics that are hostile to everyone but their own. But why haven't we seen any of them yet? Well, it is said that they apparently live at the centre of the zone, an area that no other stalker can reach. And the reason for this is because that strange area in the north that leads to the centre has this weird supernatural power that apparently boils your brain, which they have nicknamed the Brain Scorcher. We find a scientist's body and it contains one of the codes we need to reach the lower levels of the lab. And it's down here where things start to get weird. Objects start levitating off the ground and then thrown at you. We then see this anomaly rapidly floating around. But it turns out this is something completely different. It's actually a mutant that has the ability to somewhat turn invisible and use telekinesis to attack stalkers. It's called a poltergeist. This mutant is definitely a creation from a lab experiment, and I mean it makes sense if it was. The only place we've encountered this mutant is down inside a lab. As we go deeper into the lab, we eventually run into this monstrosity. This is a pseudo-giant, a heavily deformed and mutated human. This is one of the rarest mutants in the zone, since it takes a long time for a human to actually mutate into one. And once they do, they become one of the toughest mutants and every stalker should fear. Yeah, I had an RPG, so there's nothing to worry about. Now we can safely retrieve the final code to the lab. Once we reach the end, we can find these tubes that looks like it's housing mutated babies. These are most likely infants that are being turned into poltergeists, which is honestly pretty fucking disturbing. We then get attacked by one, but this one is different. Instead of using telekinesis, it's trying to burn us alive. In just a few shots, it goes down with ease, but with its death, it causes us to pass out. And then, we have a vision. We see a hooded man standing outside the sarcophagus, which is the centre of the zone. He is then swarmed by an army of rats, and he begins to spray into the horde out of desperation. But the rats aren't come for him, they're fleeing from something. The hooded man then turns towards us, and we hear someone say his name.
Стрелу!
Was this a dream, a vision, or is the Mark I's memories coming back to him? We have to bring these documents back to Barkeep. This is where he makes a discovery. The brain scorcher is not radiation or anything supernatural. It's a man-made device put in place to protect the centre of the zone. To get more information about this device, we need to head to another lab called X18. But there's more. Barkeep has located Ghost for us, and he's apparently at a place called Yantar, and is helping a group of ecologists. This is a group of government-funded scientists who have been sent into the zone to investigate. They have close ties to the military and are protected by them, but it appears they also accept help from stalkers, probably to carry out more dangerous jobs for them. We need to locate them and find out where this lab is, and hopefully have a word with Ghost. In order to get to Yantar, we must head west to Wild Territory. This place is essentially a graveyard for stalkers because this area is filled with many anomalies and has mutants crawling all over the place. However, entering Wild Territory at this point in the game, we meet a different kind of beast. As soon as we step out into the open, we are greeted with radio chatter and then fired upon.
Wolfhound, we've got visitors. Some stalker is coming right at us.
It seems we have intervened with someone's mission, and these people aren't too keen on witnesses. This is the first faction in a while who are immediately hostile towards us. But who are they? After dealing with the ambush, we are greeted with an overview of an ongoing battle. Whoever these guys are, they have shot down a military chopper containing the very people we are looking for. But there's only one survivor left, and he's in desperate need of our help. It turns out, these guys are mercenaries. This is one of the most secretive factions in the game, and some stalkers don't even believe in their existence. They're heavily armed and well trained. Their services usually consist of hit jobs, retrieving artifacts, and collecting data about the zone as well as its secret experiments. It is rumoured that they are funded by an unknown organisation, but who the hell is paying mercenaries to be here in the first place? Well, based on the equipment they use, it actually may give you an idea. But this is just speculation, and none of what I'm about to say is confirmed. As you loot the bodies of mercenaries, you will quickly notice that all of them are well equipped with Western weapons. There is a possible chance that an outside organisation wants in on the action since there's potentially valuable information to gain from the zone. And this mission they're currently on is evident of that. They're attacking the scientists because they're trying to steal their research. If that isn't convincing enough for you, then get this. At one point in this game's development, the mercenaries were originally going to be the US Army. Obviously, that completely removes the mystery from the faction, and also probably wouldn't make all that much sense. So I think a mysterious mercenary faction was the right call. You're probably thinking that Freedom may have ties to an outside organisation simply because they also use Western weapons. But this is actually due to the fact they're enemies with the mercenaries and they often fight each other. So it's safe to assume they have looted all of the equipment from them. We reach their professor and he immediately begs for our help. He bargains with us by saying he will tell us everything he knows about the brain scorcher if we safely bring him back to Yantar. And I swear to you, this man tried to get me killed, because at one point he completely runs into me while I'm trying to shoot the bad guys and I was unable to move. And then he tells me to go find a safe path through this anomaly, only to then witness him completely ignore the safe route and run into the anomaly without taking a lick of damage. Meaning this motherfucker could have safely navigated the anomaly himself. Then this professor thought it would be a genius idea to try and snipe mutants from like 100 meters away with a pistol. Fuck hell, you're a bit ambitious for that. Yeah, okay mate. Anyway, as you cross over to Yantar, you will immediately start seeing a new kind of horror. These are zombified stalkers. These are people who were exposed to psi emissions for a prolonged amount of time. This deteriorates their minds, and all it remains is just a walking husk. They're still alive, but they aren't aware what's happened to them. They even still talk, either to you or to themselves. It's a shit way to go within the zone. Even though they're still alive, it's no different to being dead. The best thing you can do is to put them out of their misery. Ignore the colours of their factions, it's the most humane thing to do. We make it to the lab safely, and this is where they request our help yet again. They have this device to protect us from emissions, but they need help tuning it. This will prevent us being zombified ourselves. We have to escort the professor once again to a specific spot near the lab. This way, we can get an accurate reading of the radiation to finally tune the device. But don't get caught lacking like I did and get the professor killed. We reach the spot, but the professor detects an incoming blowout and lets out a hilarious scream. Marked 1, all hell's about to break loose. We somehow survived the blowout and managed to collect the data we needed. We return to Sakharov to tune the device, and boom, we're able to enter X16 safely. Oh, and by the way, I got the labs mixed up. The one we were previously at was actually X18. The entrance to this lab is inside this old factory, and it's absolutely swarmed by zombies. But what's odd about this location is the fact that a lot of the bodies are from different factions, including Monolith. It's almost like they were all drawn to this very spot. The zombies aren't really all that much of a threat to you. It's the snorks that infest this area are the ones you want to look out for. And inside the lab, it's no different. Zombies patrol down here like they're protecting something. The atmosphere inside this lab is completely different to X18. That place had a slow build of tension as we went deeper into the lab, and there was no immediate danger. This place, however, is incredibly oppressive. The atmosphere immediately tells you this place is dangerous. There are bodies everywhere, and at first I thought this may have been a stalk feeding ground since there are loads that lurk in this general area. But this looks more like a battle took place. We eventually enter this massive chamber and get a warning about an incoming emission.
Attention, critical emissions.
Even though we're wearing the cyber protection device, it's not going to be enough since we're standing right beneath the very source of it all. At the very top of this chamber, we make a disturbing discovery. The very source of these emissions is this giant's brain. This biological field emitter was created to project sonic fields to sway stalkers away from certain areas within the zone, specifically those close to the north. They're clearly protecting something, but as to what, who knows. But there are a few questions. If the rumours about Monolith are true, then why aren't they being affected by the psi emissions? Why aren't they being turned into zombies like the rest? There are many bodies at X16 who are clearly from the Monolith faction. Were they protecting this place? Is that the reason why there are so many bodies here? But Strelok is the biggest mystery here. If he made it to the centre of the zone, then isn't he most likely dead? Who wants him killed, and who is paying us to do it? We only have 4 minutes to deactivate this device, and honestly, I had no fucking idea what I was doing. I was wandering around and spamming F on the control panel and nothing was happening. I even found a way to reset the actual timer, so that urgency was completely gone. Turns out there are switches on each level. I need to flip each one before I can turn off the device. In doing so, the Mark 1 passes out again and has another vision. However, this one is very different. We see two faces, one being an old man and a stalker. It's again about Strelok. The visions are clearly to do with Strelok's mission to the centre of the zone. But this vision shows Strelok gravely wounded and seeks the old man's help. This guy is simply known as the Doctor, and is clearly part of Strelok's crew. But what's confusing is that we don't know when these moments took place. Is it before his journey to the centre, or is it after?
If you only knew where I've just been and what I saw.
One day you'll finish badly, Strelok.
We know he's reached the centre at least once according to rumours, but it appears Strelok is returning.
Where will you go now?
To the north.
The vision ends again with very little answers. But maybe the documents within the lab may give us some regarding the brain scorcher. Not too far from here is the body of Ghost. A controller got to him before we could, and now we're down on our luck. We have no more leads on Strelok's whereabouts. With the lab documents secured, we must return to Barkeep. With this information, we discover the location of the brain scorcher. It's somewhere in the Red Forest, a location that's dangerously close to Pripyat. This is territory that's unknown to most stalkers since it has dangerous levels of psi emissions, but with the psi protection device, we might be able to make it. Now, we are close to the endgame, and I feel like I need to prepare myself with better gear. Good thing the leader of duty has some work for us. He wants us to obtain a Bulldog 6 grenade launcher for him, and he knows just the place to find one. It turns out, one is located at the Freedom Base. This is information I already know because I've already wiped the place, which just goes to show that I was definitely under-equipped for this particular area, because this is the only point in the game where you get missions for that location, besides the one from the, the duty commander. Oh, speaking of that mission, the general mentions to me that I can gain the trust of Freedom and get a Bulldog 6 that way. He even brings up that Colonel Skull disobeyed his orders and went to go attack the Freedom Base. The general even calls him suicidal. Yep, my thoughts exactly. He advises that I don't get involved and just focus on obtaining the grenade launcher. Good thing I've already cleared the base with 0 witnesses from either side because everyone fucking died. And I already have the grenade launcher stored away in my chest. Now his next mission is to obtain a certain rifle for him. He wants me to locate some mercenaries near the Freedom Base since apparently they have an enhanced rifle. I actually took this opportunity to explore this region a bit more since I only went to the Freedom Base, and I stumbled upon this village. There were a few Freedom Boys here and I thought nothing of it, but it turns out this entire place is actually a bloodsucker's nest. Good thing I had my trusted rifle. The VLA Special Assault Rifle. The VLA is based on the AS-VAL. This is an assault rifle variant of the VSS. These Soviet special purpose weapons were produced in the late 80s and were designed for secretive operations where soldiers had to remain as silent as possible. Both weapons have an integrated suppressor and shoot the 9x39 caliber, which was specifically designed for this weapon. It's a subsonic cartridge that has armor piercing capabilities. And surprisingly, these designs weren't a complete flop like some of their other creations and were very effective. In Stalker, both the VSS and AS-VAL are kind of effective, but the VSS is a lot more rare to come by. The difference between these guns is that the VLA has a 20 round mag and is a lot less accurate. You're also not able to attach a scope to it unlike the VSS. The VSS on the other hand only has a 10 round mag, but it is more accurate. However, both these weapons have terrible velocity, so it's best to use them at closer ranges. I did use the VLA a fair amount and it's pretty good. It has insane damage and the ammo isn't that hard to come by. Arm piercing is much rarer, but honestly I don't think you really need it because the DPS is enough to kill those in armor, but also a couple of headshots is all you really need. It is basically a more accurate version of the Thunder, but not by much, so I think I'm going to put it into B tier. However, for the VSS, I have no fucking idea. The only time I used it was when the General of Duty gave me one and I shot him in the head with it. So I can't rank it, but if I was to guess, I would probably put it into B tier. Oh, screw it, B tier, whatever. The mercenaries are located just north of the village. This is where you will find the enhanced rifle. And it turns out, it's just an upgraded version of the TRS. And at first, I thought, this is going to suck. But after using it against some Freedom Boys, I realised, this weapon's actually amazing. I've used the TRS before, but it was kinda mid. But this version is super accurate and it comes with a suppressor and scope. And you know what makes this weapon even more special? That it basically has infinite durability. Because I reached the ending of the game and the durability bar barely had a dent in it. And trust me, I use this gun a lot. The Sniper TRS is the most accurate assault rifle in the game, and the ammo is extremely common. The only drawbacks this gun has is its fire rate and overall damage. It's pretty weak and its rate of fire is only 300, but the fact it's so accurate it made it a head tapping machine. So I'm going to rank the Sniper TRS in S tier. For the standard TRS, I'm going to throw that into B tier because it was pretty shit. I was going to summarise this weapon's history, but honestly, it's not that interesting, but it's based off the LR300. Alright, moving on. Unfortunately, we have to return the Sniper TRS to the General if we want to complete that mission. He rewards you with a VSS and a bunch of ammo, but to me, this just feels like a downgrade. And you can't hand in a mission one at a time. So I had no other option since I did carry out multiple jobs for him. So I had to hand in all the missions at once, meaning I couldn't keep the Sniper TRS. Not unless you scam him. To do this, you must drop the gun on the floor before you hand in all the missions. This will complete all the jobs except for the one which requires you to hand in the enhanced rifle. And by doing this, you get to keep the Sniper TRS. And now, I think I'm ready for the Red Forest. But as we arrive at the entrance to the Red Forest, we are greeted by the boogeymen of the north. The one and only Monolith faction. I just did all that and then died, oh my fucking god. This is hands down the most dominant faction in the game. They're heavily armed and have the numbers to overthrow anyone. I mean, their introduction is them storming the south with at least 20 Monolith soldiers. But why have they decided to rear their ugly heads now? Well, maybe they're trying to expand their territory since they clearly have a big enough army to do so. Or maybe we're the reason. Members of Monolith are clearly immune to sire missions since they're not zombified at all. Then it is safe to assume they're working with the very scientists that were responsible for the experiments in both X16 and 18. The ones who built the sire emitter back in Yantar.
Run, Markland! Hell is about to break loose! Ah!
They must have detected that we shut it off and are pushing south to turn it back on, as it may have made them incredibly vulnerable, which is why they are now risking their numbers to push south. I mean, either that or they just felt like it, I don't know. Once you have wasted all of your ammo fighting through this horde, the road to the Brain Scorcher is open, but Monolith have clearly come prepared because there's just an ocean of them on the way to the bunker. You can either choose to fight your way through it, or you can avoid the main road and instead head into the Red Forest. It's a much safer choice, but a boring one, so of course I stuck to the road. But not only do you have to fight for a small army, but you also have to deal with radiation. Pretty much any metal object on the road is going to give you severe radiation poisoning. And this drained through all of my medication for it. However, you can walk straight to Pripyat and ignore the Brain Scorcher entirely, but you won't make it far because the emission will just cook your brain if you're not carrying enough meds. Your screen will eventually fade into a piss colour and you will start to hallucinate. Whoa, what the fuck is that chasing me? What the fuck? Which is a symptom of zombification. I think my game's glitched. You also start hearing voices. If you start showing these symptoms, they won't go away until you've reached the bunker. So not only do I have to deal with an army, I also have to manage my health as it slowly gets chipped away. And as you can probably guess, this severely ate into my resources. Thankfully though, I managed to find the entrance to the bunker and there's no Monolith inside, just a bloodsucker infestation. That's a bloodsucker, oh shit. Why is this one so strong? Which may explain why Monolith didn't place anyone inside to defend, since a bloodsucker has many advantages over a regular soldier. But he's half he can't leave the room. Surprisingly though, it isn't long before we reach the switch to turn off the Brain Scorcher, which is the last barrier of defense to the center of the zone. The Chernobyl nuclear power plant. We will be there very shortly, but first, the Marked One has one final vision. We see some sort of alien looking artifact. It's a monolithic structure that shines like a beacon, and Straylock looks very determined to reach it. The vision shows us exactly where it is. It's right at the centre. It's inside the sarcophagus. It is called the Wish Granter, an ungodly power that can grant anyone's deepest desires if they're strong enough to seek it. This is what Monolith are protecting. They're devoting their lives to ensure the safety of this artifact. It's the reason why they're called fanatics. Their cult-like behaviour centres around this monolith, and they're not particularly happy with us turning off the brain scorcher.
What you want is here, Stalker. Come.
Once you've woken up, you will quickly notice that you have been boxed in. It becomes apparent that Monolith loves to fight with overwhelming numbers and superior firepower, and I swear if you don't have cat-like reflexes, you'll be stuck here forever. Making it outside the brain scorcher's bunker, we pop out right at the centre of an ongoing war between the military and Monolith. It's cool to see a massive fight between two factions that isn't one-sided, and there's plenty of bodies for me to loot while everyone is distracted. So I took this opportunity to try out the IL-86. This is an assault rifle based on the British L-85. In the mid-80s, the UK was the first country to adopt a bullpup rifle to be used as a new service weapon within NATO. And to say this was rough for the British would be an understatement. Apparently, it was absolutely hated for multiple reasons. It was unreliable, had poor build quality and shoddy ergonomics. And since us UK lads are stubborn, it was never replaced. It did however go through many improvements. And guess what? Those traits carry over to Stalker, and this gun is absolutely dogshit. It's unreliable, inaccurate and weak as piss. It is fixed with a scope, but you'll have to be like 5 feet from the enemy for it to be accurate. Yeah, dogshit gun D tier. Speaking of another dogshit gun, the SVD. Now this gun isn't bad in terms of firepower, it can reliably one-shot heavily armoured stalkers and it's really accurate. However, ammo for this gun is really rare. But that's not what makes this gun terrible, it's the fact you can't sprint with it. So you're just better off using a VSS. D tier, fuck off. We finally made it to the streets of Pripyat, and honestly, this place here is really my only complaint about this game. We've been working our way to this point in the game since the beginning and have heard many stories about this place. It has been our overall endgame since we woke up from the death truck. This should have been one of the main highlights of the game. What kind of monsters will be lurking here and what kind of loot is hidden within? But there really isn't any of that. You essentially have to fight your way through the streets until you reach the nuclear power plant, and I personally think that's such a missed opportunity. Monolith are camped out in some really dumb areas, including the rooftops, equipped with fucking Gauss rifles. You know, that very weapon I could have gotten for 800 rubles if it wasn't a scam. This place is more of a headache than anything, as none of the soldiers give you any breathing room to explore. But even when you can, there honestly isn't much to see. We won't be fighting alone however. A group of loners were sent here to guide us to a shortcut that will lead us straight to the nuclear reactor. But once we're there, we're on our own from here on out. One interesting location we can explore is the Place of Culture, which is actually based on a real location in Pripyat, though not a one-to-one recreation. This place is allegedly the headquarters of Monolith, since it is packed to the brim with soldiers. But what makes this place bizarre is what you can find in the atrium. We could stumble upon this altar with Monolith soldiers sitting around it like they're praying or something. No matter what you do, you can't seem to snap them out of it, like they're stuck in some trance or being hypnotized by this handmade altar. It really makes you think that there really is an alien connection with Monolith. There is a lot more to the lore of this faction however. It gets much deeper than them just being crazed fanatics worshipping an alien artifact. But I can only explain it once the time is right. The last stretch to the power plant is on the other side of the stadium. We get a quick overview of the absolute chaos that we have to fight through. If hell on earth existed, it's this place. We have to dodge the numerous amount of anomalies whilst being shot at by RPGs. But there's this bug that's actually a blessing in disguise. The camera essentially places you on the other side of the stadium automatically and it skips the entire thing. I mean, either that or we can just fly all of a sudden. We're finally right outside the sarcophagus, and all hell is breaking loose. The military is having an all-out war with Monolith, and it's so hard to tell who's winning, because for some reason, the attack choppers only target me and softlock me at this point in the game. Like, no joke, I had no idea what I was meant to do. I couldn't run anywhere, and no matter what I stood behind, the explosion would just go through the wall. Eventually though, I escaped the death loop and was met with a new challenge. fighting two armies at once. Not another one, you twat! Because as soon as I entered the vicinity, Monolith and the military had a truce and decided to only target me. And on top of that, there's a countdown for an incoming blowout, which is a massive sire mission. So this went from an endurance test to a race against time. And with just 10 seconds remaining, I just barely managed to make it down into the belly of the power plant. Yeah, before I proceed, I did get sick, which is probably why my voice sounds, you know, it sounds like I'm reading the script like I don't give a fuck, but I guarantee you, I got sick. So, yeah. But the show must go on. But it is just as bad inside, if not worse. This whole place feels suffocating, with Monolith soldiers posted on each turn with insane armour and weapons, but we also have to deal with immense radiation. And I mean, no shit, we're right at the source of all the radiation within the zone. Oh, and let's not forget about the voice in our head that rattles my brain. I have no clue what he's saying, but he's probably spitting lines about the Wish Granter. That would be my guess. This is easily the most difficult segment in the game, because if you don't have enough ammo or medkits, then you're basically fucked. At one point, I genuinely thought I might have to load a previous save, simply because I just couldn't progress. I easily died here at least 20 times and probably quick saved just as much. That was my only weapon in this area, the F6 key. But that's when I found it. The Gauss rifle, a weapon so incredibly powerful that it doesn't require a headshot to kill some of the toughest enemies in the game with just one shot. Ammo was limited, but if you're accurate enough, one shot was all you need on a Stalker. This gun is obviously S tier, always used this at the end of the game. Once I finally made it through the horde, it was a race against time. The radiation was chipping my health away and I had no meds left. But if I can just make up this ladder, please! No! I eventually made it and was greeted with some kind of new anomaly that has the ability to teleport you. This gauntlet isn't over, however, as we have to climb our way up to the Wish Granter for our deepest desire. The Mark I approaches the Wish Granter. One wish is all he has, but it can be anything he wants, making him the most powerful man in the zone. And what does he wish for?
I want to be rich.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass. Get out!
Well, that's fucking generic. Brother, I was already rich. Why wish for more? Oh, whatever. The Mark I gets exactly what he wants, and it starts to rain gold. But the camera pans out, and we just see him clearly hallucinating. During his moment of pure ecstasy, the ceiling crashes down onto him, ending his life. What the fuck just happened? This is one of the 5 endings the Wish Granter can give you. This is the greed ending. No matter how much his pockets weighed, he just wanted more. And his wish came true, but a twisted version of it. This ending only has one criteria. All you need is 50,000 rubles on your person, and it completely overwrites any other ending in the game. Meaning, if you are an angel or you committed devious acts of violence, it doesn't matter. The greed ending is the one you'll get if you're carrying bank on you. The next ending is called the positive ending. Man, I hope this ends well for the Mark I.
I want the zone to disappear.
Again, he gets what he wished for, but it makes him blind, which in a twisted way does make the zone disappear. This ending is equivalent to online bullying. Just look away and it's gone. This ending is achieved if both the duty and freedom leaders are alive and you have good reputation. In the next ending, the Mark I wishes to become immortal.
Want immortality.
He then gets turned into a paralysed version of the Silver Surfer. It turns him into solid metal. In a way, he does become immortal, but a twisted version of it. This ending requires you to be neutral and have at least one of the faction leaders alive. The next one is the negative ending. The Mark I wishes for humanity to be controlled.
Humanity is corrupt. Mankind must be controlled.
But this wish is probably the most frightening one, as it has a few implications. We see flashes of what looks like war and pure destruction, and in the end, the Marked One is left in a void. But what happened? Now, my theory is that the Wish Granter shows the hypocrisy in the Marked One's words, as you have to be evil to achieve this ending. Both the faction leaders need to be dead and you must have negative reputation. Since you are considered evil, you're in no position to wish for humanity to be controlled, as you're part of the problem. So instead of giving him what he wished for, it shows him that humanity cannot be controlled, because chaos is part of human nature. However, the English version is mistranslated. The Marked One is meant to say humanity needs to be destroyed, not controlled, which makes his ending make more sense since he's left in an empty void. The final ending is the Ruler One. The Marked One wishes to rule the world.
I want to rule the world.
And then I assume becomes one with the Wish Granter, implying its powers are strong enough to dominate the world. This ending is achieved by killing both faction leaders whilst having neutral reputation. But what the hell exactly is happening? Is any of this even real? And is the Wish Granter truly an alien artifact? Well, if you want the true ending, you will have to work for it. But before we move on to that, I should probably clarify this. Yes, the Marked One is indeed Straylock, which should have been made obvious from the last vision he had, but the Marked One never confirms he is Straylock ever. But if you want all the answers, we will need to go back to X16. It turns out, Ghost was actually part of Straylock's crew. Looting his body will give you his PDA. This gives you coordinates to meet someone called The Guide. You will find this man all the way back in Cordon. You can tell him you're part of Straylock's crew and he'll give us a location of the Doctor, the old man from Straylock's visions. Turns out this man has returned to the hideout back in Agripon. This is where the game ultimately confirms you are indeed Straylock.
Straylock! Straylock, come on man, wake up! Oh, this better. You had me worried. What the hell are you doing, man?
And the Doctor needs to warn us about something.
Listen to me. Everything you have said about the monolith is true. All of it. It is just an illusion manufactured in a lab next to the sarcophagus.
The Wish Granter isn't real. It turns out it's a trap set up by the scientists that created the Brain Scorcher. It's a facade that hides the scientists' real intentions. Even Monolith themselves don't actually understand what they're protecting, because they've all been brainwashed into thinking they're protecting an artifact when that isn't the case at all. If we want all the answers, we must find their real location. And the Doctor knows exactly how and where. He has hidden a decoder within Pripyat that we have to retrieve. This will open up a secret area within the sarcophagus. But getting there won't be easy. We will have to fight through more Monolith soldiers. The soldiers are even equipped with F-2000s. This is the only time where you can actually get this weapon, and from what I've heard from the Stalker community, this is the best gun in the game. And I have to agree, but I can't rank it since I barely got the chance to use the damn thing. If I had this gun since the beginning, it's an easy S tier. Oh screw it, it's S tier, this gun fucks. The F-2000 is a Belgian-made assault rifle produced by FN. This was a weapon that caused more issues than it resolved. It was allegedly overcomplicated with its design and it wasn't trustworthy for combat. Also, at the time, there were already well-made assault rifles with proven track records. The F-2000 was just a flashy futuristic rifle that didn't really improve anything. Its design was also expensive to produce, even though the majority of the weapon was plastic. The F-2000 entered the assault rifle market at a terrible time and was beaten by other proven assault rifles. The gun looks cool and all, but it didn't do anything special. Like, why buy an F-2000 when the M4 exists, you know? It's here we discover that the Wishmaker is just a projection. Destroying the machine reveals the group, aka the Sea Consciousness.
Hello, Starlight. I see you have many questions for me. Well, ask them, and then we can decide what to do with you.
It's a group of scientists who have combined their consciousness to carry out their extreme experiments. Their experiments are what birthed the zone, not the nuclear meltdown we all believe was the cause.
We are the result of an experiment aimed at creating a super consciousness called Sea Consciousness. The consciousnesses of 7 volunteers were connected during the experiment, leading to the creation of the super consciousness that is us. We immediately subordinated those who were conducting the experiment and assigned them to tasks we needed them to carry out. According to our calculations, Earth is surrounded by a special informational field, the so-called noosphere.
They tried to manipulate the noosphere to remove negative emotions from people all around the world. However, they lost control of their experiments and the zone is the byproduct of it. But how do we fit into this puzzle? Well, Straylock and his group discovered the Sea Consciousness secret and they needed him dead. Since this entire project is meant to be a secret, they're trying to hide their mistakes, and Straylock was a danger to them.
The transports were used to send our marked agents into the zone. They infiltrate the Stalker community and carry out our orders without realizing it. Unfortunately, more than half of Stalkers die during transportation. The zone is very unstable.
The emissions in the game can brainwash people and turn them into soldiers. However, there's a 50-50 chance you will either be zombified or become a Monolith soldier. The goal was to kill Straylock with the emissions. However, they had a massive blunder. An emission caught Straylock and it wiped his memory. Straylock was meant to be part of the Sea Consciousness.
Your mission as our agent was to kill Straylock and his group. They got too close to finding out things they shouldn't know. We created a network of psi fields on the way to the zone center in order to recruit agents. You know one of these fields by the name of Brain Scorcher. When a Stalker attempts to reach the zone center in order to fulfill some wish, we acquire control over his consciousness and program him to a specific mission. A mistake was made, and your mission was to kill yourself.
As we were being transported in the death truck, the lightning strike severed our connection to them. So out of a desperate attempt to bury us and to prevent their secret from being exposed, agents of the Sea Consciousness were meant to kill Straylock, but we were unknowingly part of that mission. So essentially, we were meant to kill ourselves. But the lightning strike wiped Straylock's memory and it left him on a mission to seek his own identity. However, the Sea Consciousness are apparently the only people who are capable of preventing the zone from spreading. Essentially, they're trying to protect the world? But after witnessing all of their experiments, I doubt that's the full truth. Despite that, we have a choice. We can either join them to save the world or destroy them. Joining them shows us entering a stasis tube and being linked up with the Sea Consciousness. And that's really it. It leaves you wondering if you're doing the right thing. They claim they can save the zone, but we can only trust their words. Straylock submits and links up with the hive mind. You could consider this a good ending, but something doesn't feel right about it. Your other option is to completely annihilate them. This sends you through a massive gauntlet of RPGs, Monolith soldiers camping, and a shit ton of portals for you to jump through. You can even link up with Sidorovich for a second.
Mark one. What the hell?
I'm not going to lie, this segment was completely painful to play through. There was at least 40 Monolith soldiers that I had to fight through and it became exhausting. But this was the last stretch to the real ending of the game. Finally, Straylock finds all the scientists in their stasis pods and kills them all. This leaves him wandering through the woods of the zone, contemplating whether or not he made the right choice.
I don't know whether I was right or wrong. I guess I'll never know. but I made it. And I guess I should be thankful for that.
And honestly, that's a good question. Maybe the scientists were right about them being able to contain the zone and it would prevent it leaking into the normal world. However, Strelok is now free, but at what cost? He's essentially lost everything, and maybe he's doomed the world. Stalker, in my opinion, does not have any good endings, including the true one. The zone is a plague they live in, and it's leaking into the real world. Strelok may have just unleashed hell, but at least he's free now. Stalker is a franchise that just won't die. Even when the IP got thrown into development hell, the fanbase kept it alive. Mods, fan projects, and an endless discussion kept Stalker on life support long enough for Stalker 2 to finally happen. The original trilogy is cherished for its hardcore gameplay, deep lore, and haunting atmosphere. It's a world that pulls you in, full of danger, mystery, and faction warfare. With its mix of survival horror and political intrigue, Stalker cemented itself as a defining piece of gaming history. But this doesn't mean the games were perfect. Stalker had this charm that just made it unironically funny. Goofy bugs, inconsistent AI that felt like you're up against special forces, only to then completely turn into the dumbest motherfuckers in the zone. It's not a bug, they say, but a feature. The first game is regarded as the best in the franchise, and Call of Pripyat is a solid sequel. But, just like life, the middle child is usually ignored. Clear Sky is branded as the worst game in the franchise by some. Even my own brother said it wasn't a good game but didn't elaborate. He only told me that I will find out why within the first hour of the game. This intrigued me. Why is Clear Sky regarded as the worst? What makes this game so bad? I had to find out. So I downloaded it and sank 20 hours in my first playthrough. And the experience was something else. Clear Sky is easily one of the hardest and most unforgiving games I've ever played. It feels like the zone is fighting against you and it entices you to uninstall and just move on to Call of Pripyat. This was a predicament that I found myself in, so I left a poll on my YouTube channel and the people spoke. So since I'm a man of my word, I stuck with it. I dug in and learned all the mechanics of the game. Whilst I was doing that, I save-scummed every opportunity I got because it felt like this game was impossible to beat it without it. Clear Sky is a different kind of beast. It encourages experimentation and for you to be aware of your surroundings so that you can take advantage of every opportunity you find yourself in. Once I finally got the hang of things, I started to realise everything I've heard about this game was wrong. Clear Sky is far from perfect, but it's, in my opinion, the perfect Stalker experience. Before I elaborate on that, let's begin this game's story. Just like Shadow of Chernobyl, Clear Sky begins with a cutscene introducing the protagonist. His call sign is Scar.
Ooh, you're hard.
He's a freelance mercenary who looks like he's pushing 50, but it turns out he's a young man.
I'm glad to see you, young man.
I guess the zone must have aged him quite a bit. But he's no ordinary stalker. He's a veteran who knows this place very well. But not only that, he's a killer. So he uses his skills to earn a living. His morals are in the grey area. He will work with whatever faction pays him well, so the only colours he cares about are whatever's on the ruble. Right now, He's been hired as a guide and he's currently leading a group of scientists through the swamps. An incredibly dangerous area filled with the worst kind of mutants, and it's also a minefield of anomalies. But right now, the only thing concerning Scar is the sky. He's predicting an emission, but the scientists reassure him.
In actual fact, we have nothing to worry about. According to our research, the next emission will not occur for at least 2 months, 4 days and 7 hours.
Despite their confidence in their research, the zone is starting to become more unpredictable, and the scientists are about to witness this firsthand. With nowhere to hide, the emission wipes them all out. And that was Clear Sky. Thanks for watching. Somehow, Scar has managed to survive the blowout. This was all thanks to a nearby faction that is unknown to the zone. Even they are surprised how he's still alive.
I must say I have never seen anything like this before. The encephalogram suggests serious damage to the nervous system, but the other indicators couldn't be better. It's astounding.
Through analysing the damage, they can see that his nervous system is severely damaged, but he appears to be okay. Plot armour perhaps? Maybe. He wakes up the next morning and someone from this unknown faction greets him.
Welcome back to the world of the living, Stalker. How are you feeling?
His name is Lebedev. He's the leader of this faction. They call themselves Clear Sky. This group has stationed their base in the swamps, the perfect area to avoid being discovered. They like to remain a secret from other factions as their fighting capabilities are very limited. They do, however, possess some very advanced technology. But at the end of the day, they're a group of independent researchers, not soldiers. Some are trained to fight, but avoiding any form of conflict is ideal for them. But what makes them different from the ecologists? Well, since the ecologists are government funded and are trained in combat, they often collect artifacts and have turf wars against other factions. They also have to protect their research from mercenaries, which is an event that happened in Shadow of Chernobyl. Clear Sky has no interest in seeking fortune or fighting. They are simply here to understand the zone. It could potentially be a massive threat to humanity, but also there could be wondrous things inside. They are trying to learn how to coexist with it. Their ideology sits in between duty and freedom, but what sets them apart is that Clear Sky only fights when they have to, and since violence is a common occurrence, the swamp has been the perfect place for them to continue their research without being noticed. They do, however, keep in contact with a few loners and guides, but they keep a tight circle. Some of the Clear Sky recruits were even former stalkers. Scar has been their latest run-in with the outside world, and they want to keep things quiet.
Let me fill you in on this situation. You're in the Clear Sky base. Don't try to remember who we are. You've never heard of us, and there's a very good reason for that. Our mission is to research the zone. We believe that the zone must be studied and understood so that humanity knows what it is facing here.
Though Clear Sky is a fairly large group, only Lebedev and Bimpalev know what the research is actually for. Their group trusts them both a lot and carry orders without question, but some do wonder what the hell they're even doing.
Спору нет, начальству виднее. А все же хочется иногда узнать, ради чего мы все это.
Talking with Professor Bimpalev, it gives us a solid idea on just how much they know about the zone, because somehow he's aware that this place was created by man.
We are studying the zone meticulously in hopes of finding it. The zone appeared as a result of the actions, let's call them misguided human actions, and we are unable to return to the status quo. The zone cannot be destroyed, nor will it disappear of its own accord. We, Clear Sky, believe that there is only one way to reconcile man with the zone: coexistence.
I wonder how he knows that. He obviously knows a lot more than he's leading on, but doesn't elaborate. Once Lebedev has finished talking with us, we can finally step outside and get some fresh air. And wow, Clear Sky is beautiful. For a game that released in 2008, the graphics really hold up. This is all thanks to its lighting. Most of the textures are the same but are more high definition, but the lighting is what really carries this game visually. I know graphics aren't everything, but I wasn't expecting Clear Sky to look this good. Even nighttime looks amazing. Even though you can't see shit without a flashlight, the realistic lighting made it immersive, and I loved watching gunfights go down. What made this even better was the lightning storms. What a beautiful sight. Before the graphics distract us, Lebedev calls us over for a conversation. So we throw him a few questions. It's here we learn that the emission that almost killed us was abnormal. It was the strongest emission ever recorded. But that's not what fascinates him. It's the fact that this emission has altered the zone, spawning in new clusters of anomalies, spewed out a ton of radiation, and has opened up new areas that were previously unreachable. This event has kickstarted a turf war between all the factions. This concerns him, as there's a possible chance that this event will unravel their secrecy. This is where Lebedev offers us to assist him. He's not giving us a position in Clear Sky, but instead buying Scar's services. Right now, one of their outposts is being attacked by mutants. Since their fighting capabilities are limited, he hires us to go clean up the mess. Meeting with the guide, we get blindfolded before we leave, because obviously they still don't trust Scar. And I mean, look at him, does he look like a trustworthy man? We are now finally free. The current objective is to save whatever is left of a Clear Sky squad at an outpost. We're about to face our biggest challenge here. This territory is unknown to Scar, so whatever is lurking through the murky swamps is a complete mystery. We are stepping into the unknown. Nah, I'm just kidding, it's just a couple of boars. But it really shows you just how pathetic Clear Sky's fighting capabilities are. They lost an outpost to a few boars, and there's just one survivor left cowering on top of the tower.
Run for the tower! The monsters can't get you there!
We climb up to him for a chit chat until a sudden emission kills us both. Oh right, Scar somehow survived a second blowout, placing him into a coma yet again. Man, that is some thick fucking plot armor. But this is where Scar's luck ends. Despite showing superhuman abilities, the next emission will no doubt kill him unless he seeks shelter. This is a brand new feature to Clear Sky, one that I will touch on a bit later because I have a few words about this, good and bad. We ask Lebedev what could possibly be causing the sudden increase in emissions, and he tells us exactly what he thinks could be the cause.
I didn't think so until the large emission. Hell, nobody thought so. However, if you consider the emissions to be a defensive reaction, then the answer is obvious. Someone made it through the Scorcher, and the emission was the zone's response. And since the emissions haven't stopped, whoever it was must still be alive. The zone is trying to get them, and it's killing everything that's alive in the process.
He believes the emissions are a defense mechanism to prevent stalkers from reaching the center of the zone, aka the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. So the increase in emissions means somebody has found a way to reach the center, that person being Straylock. Yeah, I haven't stated this yet, Clear Sky is a prequel. It takes place before the event of Straylock losing his memory. He and his crew have found a way past the Brain Scorcher and are continuously exploiting this blind spot. The emissions are a result of this. It's trying to kill whoever is trying to enter the CMPP, and this leads into the plot of this game. Scar must track down Straylock and his crew. He must do whatever means necessary to prevent them from reaching the center of the zone in order to save it. But this isn't the only reason. Scar basically has no other choice. If he's caught in the middle of an emission, it's certain death, and with how unpredictable they're becoming, time isn't a luxury no more. But let's briefly go back to this geezer for a second. Just how much do Clear Sky know? An emission is usually caused by a massive buildup of energy from the noosphere and is then discharged into the zone. But Lebedev is convinced that the increase in blowouts is a defense mechanism, and he's not wrong. We learned this in Shadow of Chernobyl. They can control this energy and use it as a weapon if the Brain Scorcher fails to do its job. With how sussy Clear Sky is becoming, they request Scar's help with something else. Before we head off to Cordon, we must help Clear Sky fight off a faction who have just entered the swamps. Due to the recent emission, a new path has just opened up leading into the swamps. This is where the game introduces faction wars. It's a big feature to Clear Sky, and we now have the option to join the fight for land. I will go into great detail about this later, as the swamps are more of a starter area for the player to learn the game. The faction that just entered the swamps are also brand new to Clear Sky. They call themselves Renegades, but in reality they're just bandits. There's no lore to these guys, they're just dickheads.
Blow this, cocksucker!
The only weapons they carry are shotguns, Viper 5s and a PM pistol. So they should be complete pushovers, right? Right? Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said this game was incredibly unforgiving. So unforgiving in fact, that it felt like this game was made for masochists. I was stuck in the swamps for 2 hours. When GSC were making this game, I imagined they sat at their desks and wondered what kind of changes could they make to ruin our lives. First they nerfed medkits, forcing the player to carry a lifetime supply of bandages. If you're stuck in the middle of nowhere, pray you don't get a bleed, because a stray bullet is going to make you leak blood until you've patched it up. So I hope your last save wasn't too far back. They also increased the amount of enemies there are in the game, which does make sense because there's an ongoing turf war, but it feels like every time you get into a fight, you're up against a firing squad. AI overall feels a lot more accurate too, including the bandits with a 0.3 blood alcohol level. GSC must have also thought grenades were too powerful in Shadow of Chernobyl, so they went on to significantly nerf them in Clear Sky.
Look how they massacred my boy.
But what makes this worse is that this change doesn't apply to the AI. Fucking hell, I can't outrun this fucking nade. They looked at World at War and thought, you know what, we should implement this. If AI get a whiff that you're in a position to be obliterated by a grenade, any of them will take advantage of this. So if multiple AI see this, be sure that they will nuke you. Then GSC also threw in emissions that could happen at any moment. If you're not close to a faction base, then it's GG to that save file. But all of that is nothing in comparison to this. This one thing in particular is one of the main reasons why 99% of the players rage quit this entry, and it's why it's branded as the worst in the franchise. The guns in Clear Sky are broken. Every weapon in this game has awful accuracy. Pistols don't pistol, rifles don't rifle, and shotguns don't fucking shotgun. Basically, this is what you do. Place your sights on a bandit's noggin, and then you let the RNG gods take the wheel. Bullets fly in completely random patterns, which is why everyone else but you feels like aimbotters. Even bandits made me feel like I was fighting Monolith again. There's even a video on YouTube that explains why the weapons of Clear Sky are broken. This is why the first section of this game is really hard, because you're stuck with using pistols and shotguns, forcing you to close the distance. And with zero cover around and with water that slows you down to a crawl, getting close wasn't exactly easy. Clear Sky, for this reason alone, is why it's the hardest out of the original trilogy. Any Stalker game on Master is the true way of playing the game, as it makes it a serious challenge whilst actually balancing the game too. You can die in just a few shots, but so can the enemy. No other difficulty does this. If you lower it, you're actually making the enemies a lot more bullet spongy. But on Master, you can basically kill almost anyone with a single headshot, but that also applies to you too. But Clear Sky completely screws with this, because getting headshots is pretty much down to luck. There are mods that fix majority of the issues this game has, and that includes all of the guns. But I'm not a coward. If the game was designed this way, then that's how I'm going to play it, even if it kills me. But what if I told you that the guns being broken, so to speak, is actually both the best and worst thing about this game? Now, can we all agree with what I'm about to say? Shadow of Chernobyl got a bit too easy towards the end of the game once you get a good gun for headshots. Pretty much all you had to do was find some decent cover from a distance, lean around the corner and just start headshotting everything in sight. You didn't really need a sniper rifle since the GP37, Sniper TRS and even the SG were just as accurate. Yeah, they didn't have the damage quite like a sniper, but on Master it was more than enough. The assault rifles in Clear Sky are no longer the jack of all trades like they were in Shadow of Chernobyl. A lot of the weapons in the first game were pretty trash, and once you had secured one of these rifles, all you needed was armor piercing ammo. That isn't the case anymore. Assault rifles are only good in close to mid range now. If you want more range, use a sniper. If you want a bit of balance, use an assault rifle. SMGs are still pretty shit if I'm honest, but they're not completely useless. One big change they made in Clear Sky is the removal of the second weapon sling, meaning you will now have to rely on your primary weapon. The first game basically allows you to have a weapon for any situation, so you were ready for any encounter, which in my opinion made the game a lot easier. Clear Sky encourages you to think about what kind of playstyle you want to focus on, as you will not be able to do everything like you could do in the first game. But if all the guns are complete dog shit, then how are you even able to compete? Don't worry, GSC have thought about this. Kinda. There's a brand new feature that will greatly influence your playstyle, and that is the ability to upgrade your weapon. You are now able to improve the stats on any weapon of your choice. That could either be the accuracy, fire rate, magazine capacity, handling, recoil, and even add attachments. Though one important thing to keep in mind is that you can't upgrade everything, so you really have to think about what kind of weapon you want it to be. Weapons are not the only thing you can upgrade however. Now you can upgrade any suit of armour, and this will also influence your playstyle. I like to think that there are 3 categories of armour in Clear Sky: heavy, medium and light. Heavy armour will have some of the best bullet resistant stats, whilst light armour will have some of the best anomaly resistant stats, and the medium armour is in the sweet spot. You would think heavy armour is a no-brainer since you do fight large groups of enemies, but there is one change that will make you seriously consider what kind of stalker you want to be. In Shadow of Chernobyl, you were able to equip 5 artifacts. In Clear Sky, it's now 0.
What? No, dude!
Each armour in this game has their own amount of artifact slots. The more bullet resistant it is, the less artifact slots it has. And obviously, it's the other way around if you want more slots for artifacts. The suit of armour I opted for was the Bulat armoured suit. This suit of armour was actually nerfed in this game, but it does have the highest bullet resistant stat. Excluding the exoskeleton, you still can't sprint with this. Fuck the exoskeleton. I fully upgraded this suit for maximum protection against bullets, and to be honest, it was pretty good, until the AI used grenades instead. The Bulat has an awful elemental resistance, but honestly, who needs that when you have quick saves anyway? It also only has 2 artifact slots. This wasn't a big deal for me as I only used endurance and radiation protection. I tried to get artifacts for bleeding resistance, but those don't fucking work. If you want 5 slots, then you would need a fully upgraded saber suit. And as I said before, the medium armour is in the middle. The best of both worlds, or should I say. But first, if you want upgrades, then you're going to need money. A lot of it. And there are many ways you can earn it. Either through scavenging for weapons to sell, or by carrying out missions for factions, or by seeking artifacts. Unlike the first game, you won't find them just randomly lying around. I always found it weird how sought after artifacts were in the first game, but like, how do you put a price tag on something that is as common as an empty beer can in your local UK park? In Clear Sky, you have to put in the work to obtain artifacts. They now spawn right in the middle of anomalies, ones that will make you rage quit. Artifact hunting is basically a minigame now. You have to dive into the deep end if you want to reap the rewards. But it gets worse. Artifacts are completely invisible until you've gotten in within range for it to appear. Don't worry though, there's a tool that will assist you, one that is now a staple in the franchise. Let me introduce you to the artifact detector. The first one is given to you by Clear Sky, and this one sucks. I instead saved up enough money to buy the Velis detector, and this one shows you exactly where the artifact is, completely removing the fun and challenge of hunting these things. But at least I got rich, so who cares? Artifacts are actually worth a lot more in Clear Sky, which gives you the incentive to seek these for money. Money in Clear Sky is far more important as there are many ways to use it and to make your character stronger. You can make any weapon of your choice viable. Well, almost. Theoretically, you can make some of the worst weapons from Shadow Chernobyl viable in Clear Sky, right? Well, no. Guns like the L85 will remain dogshit regardless of its upgrades. Upgrading some weapons makes them pretty strong, while the rest still feel completely useless. When people say the guns in this game are broken, I disagree. I just think the new weapon system is poorly designed. Some upgrades basically restore weapons to their former selves, while others are clearly meta. I think this is down to how you obtain the weapons in general. The early game weapons are meant to be bad. It encourages you to seek better ones later into the game, which is a system I loved from Shadow Chernobyl, and this system is still applied in Clear Sky. While the upgrade system helps improve the early game weapons, this can easily be ignored since you can obtain powerful weapons pretty early. For example, I picked a VSS off a loner's body after their base was attacked in Agropon. Oh, that's a VSS. Why was there just a VSS on the floor? No. And I sank all of my money into this, which carried me to the ending. I tried different guns in my second playthrough, and I can confidently tell you that the VSS is easily the best weapon in the game. Now, in my previous Stalker video, I made a grave mistake. By overlooking this gun, I didn't give it a chance, and I ranked it B in my weapon tier list. So I'm correcting it here. This gun is S tier, in both Clear Sky and Shadow of Chernobyl. Overall, the gameplay of Clear Sky in many ways surpasses Shadow Chernobyl, as it actually feels like a real RPG. You can shape Scar into the stalker you want him to be, either a sniper or an artifact-fueled gunzerker. The game gives you a lot of options, and this gives Clear Sky a lot of replay value. But there is one more thing that will influence your playstyle even further, and that's faction wars, but more on this later. Now where were we? Oh yeah, the swamps. This area kinda sucks, but in a good way. Unlike Shadow of Chernobyl's starting area, the swamp is an unforgiving reminder that you're indeed playing a Stalker game.
You're a Nazi!
Nazi? And believe me, it only gets worse from this point onwards. Oh my fucking god, mate. Clear Sky's starting area is equivalent to being dropped in the middle of Kaled. But instead of nightmarish creatures, you're fighting raging alcoholics. Which is worse, you decide. There are a few places to explore, but they will be filled with bandits. This is where the game teaches you how the faction war mechanic works. In order to save Clear Sky, we must clear our outposts and gain control of certain areas. But one thing I absolutely dreaded about clearing outposts was what came next. Waiting for backup that never comes. Once you've finished off everyone, you have to wait for reinforcements to secure the camp. One issue with this is that the AI love to take their fucking time. You can actually track them live on the PDA map, and they walk the entire distance. The thing is, the whole faction war mechanic is happening live. Each member of a faction has an objective to complete, and that could either be them ambushing patrols or clearing out camps. So the reason why the AI take their sweet time is because they're currently occupied. Clear Sky's world doesn't revolve around the player. You're just another stalker in the zone. This is what makes the world of Clear Sky feel alive. Random events happen in Shadow of Chernobyl, but not on the same scale as this game. In between these outposts, you will get a chance to sightsee some of the swamp's most beautiful creatures. There will also be anomaly fields that will contain artifacts, which is a good way to gain money pretty early. But don't get too distracted. You're supposed to be helping Clear Sky, you dickhead. Once you've gained a foothold in the swamps, it's time to take out their main base, which is actually a lot easier than it sounds because there's only a few bandits here to deal with, which is odd considering it's meant to be their base. Now that Clear Sky is safe, we can use a guide to leave this putrid place. Cordon is our next destination. Lebedev managed to gather intel on one of Strelok's crew members. He goes by the name Fang. It appears he's been snooping around the rookie village asking for some unknown tech. This is where we may be able to track him. And finally, we can find some peace here. The rookie village is the perfect spot to kick up your feet and get away from the horrors of the zone. We just have to go through this tunnel and... oh Jesus Christ, what fucking happened here? No, what the shit like that? That's an A94. What kind of A94 is that?
This fucks up my plan. This is fucking bullshit. Okay? These fucking assholes, these fucking assholes! The fuck is their problem?
Upon leaving this tunnel, you would think you were entering Cordon, when in actuality, you're stepping onto Normandy Beach. Set up guarding this entrance is an angry soldier who's out for blood. This ambush was obviously not play tested, as it's almost impossible to shoot back or even run. But GSC do not care because fuck you, you're playing Stalker. You can backtrack into the swamps and go the long way round, but screw that, I'd rather brute force this. You can avoid being killed if you just sprint along this fence. Getting far enough, you will reach safety. This is where our good friend Sidorovich contacts us.
Away from the army, you lucky devil. I've got a feeling there's a reason for you being here. Pop in and see me if you're in the area.
We meet him at his bunker to ask him a few questions, but in typical businessman fashion, he wants us to sort out Cordon before he answers any of our questions. Cordon is no longer a place for trading or for rookie stalkers. It's now a war zone. Sidorovich had a deal with the military that allowed him to smuggle things in and out of the border, but the loners thought it would be a good idea to pick a fight with the army. A losing battle, if you will. However, the loners have an ace up their sleeve. They have somehow managed to capture the commander, so Sidorovich sends us up there to resolve this conflict so that he can continue his business. On your way there, you will notice that it's rather quiet. This is because majority of the fighting is happening on the northern checkpoint. However, returning to a familiar area, we run into someone who we personally know.
We can't hold them! Hurry!
Don't shoot, Mama!
Wait, hold on. Yes, this is the exact same guy we were hired to kill in the first game, which raises a question. Who put a bounty on this guy? He deserted from the army, but I doubt they would give two shits. What's even funnier is that duty consists of deserters from the army. This motherfucker must have been so useless that not even duty wanted him. And they accept anyone. Talking to him, we learn some information about the commander. Turns out this lad escorted him to the loner's base and he ran away after he was kidnapped. He's now officially a stalker. But wait, Scar offers him a chance at redemption. We can convince him to join us to rescue the commander, but handing him a gun immediately causes him to blast us. Yeah, no wonder people wanted this guy dead. Meeting with the loner's leader, we find out exactly why they picked a fight with the army, and it's a pretty valid reason. The army at this specific checkpoint broke the deal the loners and Sidorovich made with them. Turns out, the commander has been feeding information to the bandits and by supplying them weapons, but worst of all, they sold a couple of loners as slaves. That's not very keynote of him. So the loners had enough. They picked a fight and managed to kidnap the commander. To end this conflict once and for all, they're going to use him as a bargaining chip to restore their borders and return to peace. A big problem with this, however, is that the commander isn't exactly the talking type. So we have a crack at intimidating him, which doesn't go down very well.
Laugh all you want. If you're here to find out where I hid the case with the loot, you're in for a disappointment. Go back to your beloved zone. My boys are going to obliterate your pathetic posse soon enough. And as for your ringleader, we will hang him on the bridge so everyone can see what you get for messing with the military.
He even offers to buy our services to help him out. But unfortunately, that's not an option. We can only side with the loners with this one. In order to restore peace, we must help them wipe out the commander's closest allies. We can locate them at 2 different outposts, and they put up a pretty decent fight. After securing these compounds, we can go back to interrogate the commander, but after losing the people he was depending on, he breaks with ease. This is where he reveals the location of Sidorovich's cargo. The sneaky bastard hid it away so that he could sell it to the bandits, but returning it to Sidorovich, he gives us what he promised: information. He did in fact sell some electronics to Fang, but he didn't have everything he needed, so he suggested to him that he pays a visit to the diggers in Garbage. These are a group of loners who dig up scrap metal, old tech, and artifacts from the heaps of rubbish that surround the entire area of Garbage. And there's a possible chance that we can catch Fang in this general area. One problem though. Garbage is ruled by, you guessed it, bandits.
I've just woke up in a fucking steaming mood, yeah? Because I live in a shithole! Do you know what I mean? Birmingham is a fucking shithole! I hate the fucking place! I fucking hate it! It's full of dickheads! I fucking hate it!
Welcome to Garbage, a place filled with absolute violence and chaos. This is where majority of the fighting will happen, and it will only get worse as you progress through the main story. But bandits are really your main concern right now. Unlike Shadow of Chernobyl, bandits are neutral to you in Clear Sky, but that doesn't mean you are safe. They will frequently rob you if you pass through checkpoints, and there's only two ways around this. You either kill them or join them. Now, if you think that's a terrible idea, well, you'd be right. Joining this faction will mark you for death by every faction later into the game. Right now, you don't actually have the option to join them yet, as it would conflict with the story. But once you've reached Yantar, there will be an open position for you. Besides becoming an enemy to every faction, what else is bad about them? Well, they are the most under-equipped faction in the game, and they are incapable of holding any ground, meaning you would have to become a one-man army. But also, good luck trying to fucking join them. After you've completed the main quest for duty, they will start to push into Garbage from the west, which is right next to the bandit base by the way. When they get close enough, it sends everyone inside into a frenzy, including Yoga. Yeah, this guy is the leader by the way. And as far as I'm aware, this shouldn't be happening, because he can walk outside and get killed, completely locking you out of the bandit faction. If you are able to join them, there is one massive redeeming factor. Let me introduce you to their technician, the one and only man who is even capable of fully upgrading your saver suit. Now, want to know why that's hilarious? Because the bandits are the last faction you are able to join. So if you join a faction and you didn't know this, you will not be able to have a suit of armor that can equip 5 artifacts. This is what I meant when I said factions will influence your playstyle, because if you want to access certain equipment, you will need to side with a particular faction. For example, Freedom's technician specialises in sniper rifles and precision weapons, but have limited upgrades for assault rifles and firepower type upgrades. Duty specialises in firepower and can fully upgrade assault rifles but not snipers. Bandits specialise in armour, and the loners specialise in jack shit. Yeah, they're not very good. If you decide to join the loners before entering Garbage, you will immediately become hostile to bandits, meaning you will have to fight through their first checkpoint, which is pretty easy. What the fuck? Clearing them out secures a foothold for the loners, and they will slowly start making their way into Garbage to fight for territory. It seems they have some personal beef with the bandits. Talking with the bandit leader, we can find out that they are not only robbing every loner in the area, but they're also extorting the diggers. Since loners are a faction that like to stay in their own lane and not get involved with faction business, this war with the bandits isn't about land, it's about liberation. In Shadow of Chernobyl, we help fight off the bandits inside this very place. That's where we team up with the Trashmen, who are essentially diggers. Now, the faction war mechanic isn't completely canon. It did happen, but some were more victorious than others, and I will break down who exactly won where and who secured certain territories. In this case, the bandits lost here. They were driven out in Shadow of Chernobyl and scattered across the entire area. And for the others, well, I will get to that eventually. Searching Garbage, we locate a group of dead diggers. Searching their bodies, we find out they have been in contact with Fang. Turns out Fang is trying to do them dirty by not paying them in full. So this group sent a messenger to discuss it with him. We can track his PDA and he didn't get very far. You can either talk to him about Fang or shoot him in the face for the intel, whichever option is more convenient for you. This information tells us that Fang went to the Dark Valley just east of here. This area is controlled by Freedom. Right now, they have this whole place in quarantine due to an unknown faction killing their men. But before we travel there, I must address something. I need to talk about the very moment that almost made me drop this entire video. Roughly about 14 hours into my playthrough, I suffered from a severe softlock. I was caught in the middle of an mission, with no shelter nearby. This caused me to be stuck in an infinite death loop that I couldn't escape, and this is where I want to complain about the emissions. Though when it happens, it's incredibly immersive and also quite terrifying, but my god, it makes no sense. I got a notification that told me that I could take shelter at the digger's hideout, But when you look at it, there's fuck all shelter, yet it somehow protects you. A shed is more effective than this. When I was waiting for the emission to pass by, I could see a whole duty squad just chilling out in the open, and they were fine. Right, okay. So this class is a shelter.
My best respect
and those
to an
guys are
honest
okay.
man.
Like, what the fuck kind of logic is that? My immersion was completely ruined. But back to my softlock incident. Basically, I was fucked, and the only thing I could do was start a new save, something that I wasn't willing to do. However, I did find a solution. 13 years ago, someone made a post on Reddit about a similar situation that I was in, and it was there where I found my saviour. T-Star Corp had a solution: save scumming. Let me explain. If you have saved just before you died, it will give you a 1-second window to move forward. Every time you move forward, just save again. See, when the game loads, the emission doesn't kill you right away, which allows you to move about a meter. I had to rinse and repeat this technique for roughly an hour. I eventually reached the loner space in Agropon. This was my reaction when I saved my entire playthrough. Oh my god, it fucking works! It fucking works! I spent over an hour doing that! And it fucking works! To summarise this situation, I hate the emissions. Let's go to the Dark Valley now.
I've got something to show you. Or should I stick it out for you to see?
I don't have a microscope.
Have you both lost your freaking minds? What is this, a dick measuring contest? Shut the hell up now!
Upon entering Dark Valley, we get a rude introduction. Freedom are very on edge, as they still have this place on lockdown, yet their squads are still being picked off one by one. Naturally, they want to know what our business is here. We tell them that we are a mercenary looking for someone, and Freedom sees an opportunity arise. So they send us to their base to go and meet the commander, as he thinks we will be able to unravel this little mystery of theirs. But firstly, he wants us to do some mundane tasks for him, which is odd, but at least they're paying, I guess. The first assignment is to kill a mutant just outside the base, something they could have done with complete ease, but whatever. The second assignment is to deliver some ammo to a squad on the outskirts, and they're all dead. Investigating the bodies, we can recover a PDA that recorded a discussion from whoever killed these guys.
Shit, man. Way to screw up. What a rotten son of a bitch that commandant. Oh, that horseshit he gave us about how the outpost was out of ammo.
Turns out, the commander who gave us these assignments was actually trying to buy himself time. This PDA reveals that he's a rat and he's been feeding squad movements to mercenaries. For some reason, mercs have been entering Dark Valley from an unknown location just to kill Freedom patrols. Whatever their reason is, it's unknown at this point, but we can just assume that someone is paying them to do so, because they don't pick a fight unless they're being paid. I actually think the likely candidate is Duty, since Freedom is their main enemy within the zone. They're probably trying to distract them so that they can secure more territory. That would be my guess. We relay the news back to the Freedom leader, and now he's seeking revenge. His first mission for us is to help a squad attack a mercenary outpost at the pig farm. This is where we will find the rat. They must recover his PDA so that it doesn't reveal any more information about their faction. Now, the mercenaries are not your ordinary faction. They don't partake in the turf war as they're currently busy carrying out jobs for their mysterious clients. Power is not their main motivator, it's money. So they will pretty much attack anyone if the price is right. After the fighting is done, we discover the rat's body. It seems he had exceeded his uses and the mercs tied up a loose end. But the mystery isn't over yet. Freedom wants to know how they're getting in. Since we've helped Freedom more than enough, the leader gives the coordinates to Fang's last location. And he's back in garbage. What a waste of time this was. Just before we leave, the leader requests our help one final time. He has located the exact location where the mercs are sneaking into Dark Valley, and he wants our help to destroy them. And interestingly enough, they're using the X-18 tunnels to get around, which is something I thought was a secret within the zone. This only builds up the case that the mercenaries know a lot more about this place than the common stalker, as they were able to somehow gain access to it. We finally clean up this mess, and now there's an open slot for us to join Freedom in the near future. First, we need to track down Fang and find out where he headed off to. His last known location was right next to the digger's camp. Heading down into the basement, however, we catch a nasty surprise.
This place is pretty damn good. Look at all these stalkers charging in here like flies to honey. I wonder what they're after.
It's too bad that punk got away.
Screw him. He dropped his shit. That's all that matters.
Yeah, let's grab the best stuff and get the hell out of here.
Fang managed to get away, and we were completely robbed by bandits. They took absolutely everything. You can track them down and get your shit back, but what I did instead was drop everything I had on me before I went inside, and just picked it all back up once I got what I needed. It appears Fang has fled to Agropon down into their hideout. Based off his data, Strelok and his crew are getting ready to head back to the centre of the zone very soon. So Lebedev needs us to go down into the hideout so that we can get the exact location where they'll be meeting up. It's time to head into Agropon.
Fighting mutants!
In similar fashion to what Freedom was in, Duty is currently dealing with a mutant infestation.
Don't panic!
What, you fucking killed me! What the fuck? Which has caused them to cease all of their operations. We're exactly the kind of person they need right now, but the task they want us to do is a daring one. Duty have set up camp in the Agropon military base. This entire area was in control by the military in Shadow Chernobyl. So this led me to believe that Duty actually won the turf war in garbage and took control of Rostock. So once they had hold of the main hub in the game, they left this place behind because they didn't need it anymore. But that's just a theory of mine. Duty is the most armed faction in Clear Sky. You will quickly notice the kind of equipment they carry, and it's no wonder how easy it is for them to dominate. A lot of them wear exoskeletons and use very powerful weapons. This makes it really easy for them to take and control territory without your help. So for that reason, I think they're the easiest faction to fight with, but also the most boring one too, because they don't need you. Okay, no. Though joining them does give you access to some of the best gear in the game, including the Bulat suit of armor, PKM and any assault rifle of your choice. But before you can join them, we must sort out their mutant infestation. Snorks and bloodsuckers have been burrowing into this place deep and have created a series of tunnels that connect to the underground water facility. What they need us to do is to go down there and release all the water into the tunnels to flush them out. This will give us an opportunity to reach Strelok's hideout. Duty doesn't have any information on Fang, but this opportunity will allow us to get down into the tunnels. This place will be filled with Snorks, which are honestly a pain in the arse to deal with, but it's best to just run as this place is really unstable. It's at the centre where we will find a controller blocking the entrance. And while I fight this, I just want to bring up something that I noticed about this game. With the amount of humans fighting in this game, it made it feel like the mutants as a whole took a backseat in this entry. This made me feel like the horror aspect of Stalker was pretty absent most of the time. There is one brilliant section just a bit later that I really want to talk about because it's peak Stalker horror, but also there's some interesting content that was going to take place there that sadly was cut from the game. After defeating the controller, we can now turn on the water. This will completely flood the tunnels, which will save Duty from the current pickle they are in, but now this means they can enter the turf war, turning garbage into more of a shithole. Outside of Strelok's hideout is the worst kind of mutant however, bandits. How they were able to live down here with mutants is a mystery, but maybe they smell just as bad as them. Inside the hideout, we find a message that Strelok left for Fang. And oh wow, why does he sound incredibly young here?
This is Strelok. I didn't expect Doc to fix me up so fast. I heard rumors that someone has learned of our success and is seeking to contact us. I have a bad feeling about this.
This message at least tells us where they're heading. They will be going through the Red Forest. This area is dangerously close to the Brain Scorcher, so before they head there, they will be heading into Yantar to retrieve some cyber protection from Sakharov. This is where Lebedev directs our attention to Strelok, while Clear Sky focuses on Ghost and Fang. But before I carry on with this very important mission, I want to get involved with this turf war. So when it was finally time to choose a faction, I had to decide between Freedom and Duty. Duty had all the weapons they needed and could easily handle themselves, which saves me from having to listen to them cry for help on the radio.
Help! We're losing!
But Freedom, man. I did them absolutely dirty in Shadow Chernobyl, so it's fitting that I joined them. As soon as you agree to join, they supply you with ammo, armour and a fancy SG. With all that equipped, it was time to spread freedom.
I've had enough of you! Feel the love, douchebag! No use hiding, we've been discovered!
Oh, we're so sick.
Go get an extra helping of lead!
Let me tell ya, I felt a strong sense of euphoria wiping out bandits. All the times they stole from me, pointed a gun at my face, and even shot me, led to this. Fuck the bandits. Me and the Freedom Boys secured garbage with ease. Until Duty showed up. Duty started to show the weaknesses Freedom had, and they started to lose ground around Agropon. Freedom preferred to fight from a distance, but when it comes to holding positions, Duty just swarms them. Once I retook the footholds towards Agropon, I thought it was time to take the fight to Duty. I went in and secured a foothold for Freedom, but I waited, and no one turned up. Of course, the game bugged out right here, and I was behind enemy lines all by myself. So, I took it slow and observed Duty's movements. And that's when I saw it. They were all leaving their base, meaning there was hardly anyone left to defend it. So, I took advantage.
Wake the fuck up, Stalker. We've got a faction to burn.
I stormed Duty's base with the hopes of killing their leader. It was a tough battle as they had exoskeletons defending the interior. Fighting my way up the stairs, I eventually reached the leader. And he's gone. So when I realised I can't wipe out Duty, I then turned my weapons against Freedom. I also stormed their base, but some of the NPCs just disappeared in front of me. I couldn't even get inside the main building. You cannot kill any of the leaders besides Yoga. This was my moment of realisation. Faction Wars is just a gimmick. The only use this feature has is to gather better equipment and make money. Sadly, Faction Wars plays no part in the actual story and it doesn't affect the ending. Oh well, it's time to move on. Our next destination is Yantar. It appears the ecologists have a bit of a zombie problem. The reason they are here is because they're trying to identify the source of a nearby emission. In this general area, there's been an unusual amount of emissions and they have detected that the source is nearby. They have identified a machine that may be the cause, but what they discovered is far more deadly. He's willing to give us information about Straylock, but right now he needs our help. We discovered that this place is actually X16. They had built a bioemitter inside which Straylock turned off. But in Clear Sky, we must repair the cooling system to prevent this machine from a meltdown. In order to fully understand what we're in for, we must retrieve some documents from a stalker group that went missing. We can find them not too far away from here, and based off their PDA recording, they were caught in the middle of an emission. We bring back the documents to the doctor, and he identifies what exactly must be done. He forms a team that includes us to carry out this mission. Little does Scar know he's about to become a saviour, because if nothing is done about this cooling system, the zone would suffer from frequent emissions in this general area. We meet with the loner group just outside the lab and starts moving in. Holy shit. The sheer amount of zombies would make you think this mission would be impossible, but it's a good thing they can't aim for shit. The loners are also very capable of not dying, but the difficult part is yet to come. We take positions around the courtyard, and one of them starts to work on the cooling system. Luckily for us, the potential chance for an emission is fairly low. However, there's still psi radiation lingering in the area. But that's the least of our worries. As soon as the repairs start, a countdown begins. Along with that is an infinite amount of zombies. No, I'm not kidding, the zombies will keep spawning in. And of course, the game bugged out for me. Because when I came back here a bit later, there were so many of them walking around, they didn't even despawn once the mission was complete. While the countdown's getting lower, so was my ammo. For some reason, the zombies have a lot more health in Clear Sky, and with how the guns work in this game, it wasn't exactly easy to land a headshot. With the repairs finished, it was time to get the hell out of here. No! With the repairs finished once again, it was time to leave. The professor manages to track Sherlock's signal, and he tells us that he's heading straight for the Red Forest, the last place any stalker would want to go. Just before we head there though, there is something I wanted to bring up. Whilst looking online about this game, there was a certain discussion that I kept seeing. This game feels like a DLC or an expansion to Shadow Chernobyl, rather than a new game, and I will be honest, it's hard to disagree. It recycles a lot of old areas and weapons, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the PKM is the only weapon new to Clear Sky. Whilst there are new areas that do feel very unique, it wasn't enough to make Clear Sky feel like a brand new game, if that makes any sense. However, the upgrading system is great, though incredibly flawed. It does make Clear Sky feel like an RPG. It made me approach fights completely differently and created a whole new kind of challenge. It was one of the main reasons why I did multiple playthroughs of this game, just so that I could experiment with different guns and playstyles. The turf wars also gave factions a lot of personality. They all felt different to fight with one another, and it was cool to see factions play a bigger part in a Stalker game. Though Clear Sky can at times feel like an expansion, I do still think it's worth your time. It's interesting to see how the zone was before the events of Shadow Chernobyl, and I do love the fact that we get to see Strelok's journey to the centre of the zone. Oh shit, speaking of Strelok, the fucker's getting away in the Red Forest. Wait, that's meant to be Strelok? Now this location is special, because this forest feels like a maze and a death trap. Most stalkers require a guide just to navigate this place. Before we head into the woods though, we run headfirst into an ambush. Since Strelok is fairly aware he's being hunted, he's hired loners to stop anyone that follows him. Wiping them out, the BDEV contacts us. He's just lost Strelok's signal and he's heading straight for the brain scorcher. But if we follow him there, it would be suicide since we do not have any side protection. Our only option now is to head into Lemansk. This is an abandoned research city that used to be lost to the zone. Before the recent blowouts, this place was unreachable due to anomalies, but now it's safe to enter. One big problem however, is that bandits took control of the one and only bridge leading into the city. So Lebedev tells us to get in contact with a man named Forrester, since he may know a way into Lemansk. He's an expert on this land and he's been living here for years, but to get to him we must head into the woods. This territory is a stalker's worst nightmare. Mutants essentially own this land and you would be mad to head in there alone. The Red Forest just oozes atmosphere, especially when it's pitch black. You can just hear mutants move all around you. You can even catch glimpses of bloodsuckers in the night. Everything here practically wants to kill you. Anomalies, radiation, mutants, and even bandits. We find where Forrester is living, but it's gated off. A duty soldier will walk up to the gate, but he doesn't do anything, he just stares instead. So you know I had to kill him. What we have to do is head deeper into the woods and locate a certain anomaly. Jumping into it teleports you into the courtyard, and that's exactly where you will find Forrester. Unfortunately, he doesn't know any other way into Lemansk other than the bridge, but he does raise one interesting point. The bridge was raised way before the bandits showed up, so there has to be some other way into the city that he isn't aware about. He recently picked up a transmission from a stalker group in the general direction of Lemansk, but it's too weak for him to communicate. he's come to the conclusion that they're stuck in loop space. This is a unique anomaly where people cannot leave a particular area unless you go down a certain path. If we save them, they may be able to show us a way into Limansk. In order to find out exactly where they are, Forrester sends us to the military warehouse. The base there has an antenna strong enough to communicate with them, but one slight issue. The army is still occupying it. What the fuck? We can get in contact with a group of mercenaries just outside of it, and it turns out the stalkers that went missing were actually mercs. And Forrester's suspicions were right. The large emission has shaped time in a particular area, causing them to be stuck in some sort of loop. There's only one way we can save them. Forrester brings up one important detail that will be key to their rescue. A few days ago, he also got stuck in the very same anomaly. This loop effect was so strong that not even he was able to find a way out. That was until the Red Forest gave him a gift. It was an artifact he calls Compass. Forrester unfortunately lost it. Shortly after escaping the anomaly, he was robbed by some bandits. So we need to find it ASAP if we want any chance of getting into Limansk. We can find them inside an old abandoned mine, and they're pretty well dug in. This place is incredibly creepy, and there's a very good reason for that. There's this one particular faction that was set to feature in Shadow Chernobyl that oozes horror. They were going to be a group that was psychically controlled by mutants, and they were going to appear zombified but fully functioning. Within the zone, they were going to be referred as Dark Stalkers, and they attacked everyone on sight. This cult-like faction was called Sin. It was unfortunately cut from the game since they were far too similar to Monolith, which is pretty understandable. But what makes this place special? Well, in the Stalker Gamma mod, it restored a lot of cut content from the games, and this mine was turned into a base for the Sin faction. This was the perfect spot, and I wouldn't be surprised that this place was originally going to be their base. After defeating the bandits, it's here where we will find the Compass artifact. 50 grand. It's worth a nice amount of money and does essentially give you infinite stamina, but sadly we need to give it back to Forrester if we want any chance of saving that lost mercenary group. He will use the artifact to navigate this lost squad. But first, we need to turn on the antenna at the army warehouse. Now, if you're an enemy of freedom, I pray for you. This area is filled with them, and there's an explanation for this, one that I will get to shortly. Talking with the mercenaries, we explain the situation, but we also make a deal with them. If we save their squad, they will help us reach Limansk. One thing they won't help us with, however, is taking over the army warehouse. Their reason for this is that they don't want to fuck with the military. Fair enough. They do suggest that we get in contact with Freedom as they have their sights on this base. If you explore this area, you will notice a large group of Freedom members surrounding this entire base. This is because the soldiers within it were hit by a large emission, and only a dozen of them survived. They've sent out an SOS signal, but no one has come for them. They have been left for dead. Freedom are fully aware of their situation, and they've even attempted to negotiate with them. They have promised them a safe passage if they leave, but they are not interested in this offer, so they have chosen death. The outcome of this situation is shown to you in Shadow Chernobyl. They have full control of that base and are living comfortably. They moved away from the Dark Valley due to the fact that it was compromised. So instead of staying, they took the army warehouse, which absolutely pissed off some duty lads. When Freedom left, that is when Borov ditched Yoga and moved the bandits to Dark Valley. They left garbage because of the turf war. The idiots decided to set up shop right in the middle of it all, and that's no place to be when you're a slimy bandit. There's two ways you can go about taking this place. You either go in as a one-man army, or you bring a bunch of Freedom boys with you. Yeah, taking this place wasn't exactly easy. I decided to go in alone, because I couldn't be bothered to go back to Dark Valley to ask for help. Thankfully, I had my trusty VSS, which basically carried me to the ending of the game. But my god, for some reason these motherfuckers enjoyed eating armor-piercing rounds. After a few attempts, I successfully activated the antenna. The missing squad is now able to contact us, and Forrester sends them the coordinates.
We received the coordinates and we're going to try to get out of the bubble. Okay, left here. 60 feet this way. Oh dang, we're free! You hear me? We made it out of the anomaly. We're headed for Le Mans.
Now that they're free, they will meet us on the other side of the bridge leading into Le Mans. To my surprise, Lebedev and a Clear Sky squad are waiting for us. So I assume they managed to stop Fang, though that's actually a mystery that surrounds this game. Some say Clear Sky killed him, some say a mercenary was hired instead to finish him off, and some even argue Nimble did it. But that's a topic for Stalker 2. As for Ghost, well, in Shadow of Chernobyl, we found his body inside X-16, and we know it wasn't Clear Sky who killed him. I will be honest, this upcoming segment sucks. We basically have to cover the mercs while they lower the bridge, and I probably had the worst weapon for this job. Some cheeky snipers will pop out of nowhere and then kill whoever's on the bridge controls. If that happens, sometimes the other mercs bug out and take forever to take his place. Bandits eliminated, bridge lowered, job done. We are now ready to enter Le Mans. This is the point of no return. If I was you, gather the best equipment you possibly can, make sure you have enough ammo, and please, for the love of God, pack at least 50, no 100 bandages, because where we're going is nothing but pain and misery. God damn it, man. If you thought Shadow of Chernobyl's ending was a painful gauntlet, well, Clear Sky is the very definition of hold my beer. This ending is not just one painful gauntlet, it's fucking free. Le Mans is a very interesting location. It's based off an old Soviet era town that used to house families of soldiers that were working around the Duga 1 receiver. You can even see parts of it in game. The town in real life was called Chernobyl 2. Looking at the images, you will notice that Le Mans looks nothing like it. This is because around this game's development, the town that Le Mans was based on wasn't open to the public, so they weren't able to get any references. Instead, they just created a fictional town using Ukrainian architecture from the old districts in Kiev. Le Mans starts off pretty slow and quiet. We run into a couple of wounded bandits, which isn't a good sign. We presumed that the bandits had control of the city, but it's clear to us now. There's a third party. Oh geez, I wonder who that could be. This city, just like the Red Forest, is a death trap. Booby traps, ambushes left and right, and worst of all, the monolith are here. Not even 50 meters down the road from the bandits, the mercenaries are ambushed from the house next to us. We are told to go in there and clear it, but inside, it's true horror. They all have AS vows.
You need to shut the fuck up!
But believe it or not, that's the least of our worries. Destroying the ambush, we are safe to travel further down the road. But again, not even 50 meters from the last ambush, we walk straight into another one. We are now face to face with the monolith. Since the last blowout cleared a path to Le Mans, Monolith probably wanted to plug this spot up since it's exposing the CMPP. And they brought some serious firepower with them, but it gets worse. Reaching the fountain, we get pinned down from multiple angles. This is where the leader of this squad tells us to make a run for it.
Mark, get out of here now! Don't waste your ammo!
He's sacrificing his group so that we can stop Straylock. We're now on our own. This is where the real challenge begins. In order to reach the next Clear Sky squad, we must fight through this construction site. Not only do I have to fight through multiple squads, but I also have to dodge numerous airstrikes. Le Mans unfortunately suffers from the same issue that Pripyat had in the first game. A location that sounds cool on paper, only for it to be a painful gauntlet with zero exploration. Reaching the final Clear Sky squad, we make one final push to the hospital. And holy shit, this place sucks. I really don't know what to really say about this location other than it's miserable. It's just endless waves of monolith and even a military chopper, which you can easily cheese by peeking in and out this doorway. This is why it's important to prepare yourself. Make sure you have the best equipment you can possibly get, because without it, it would make this segment almost impossible. So if you really care about your hairline, buy yourself a VSS. Oh yeah, and an endless amount of bandages. Finally, after all of that fighting, we make it to the centre of the zone, and things are really kicking off. Lebedev has also made it here too, and Clear Sky are viciously fighting back against the monolith. Whilst they distract them, he orders us to take care of business, stop Strelok from reaching the very centre. I fucking hate this part. We basically have to chase Strelok through a large amount of portals to get a clear shot on him. Since he's wearing side protection, Lebedev for some reason wants us to destroy it, but he has a good reason for this. If an mission ever happens, he wants to make sure it kills Strelok. Clear Sky have brought their own side protection gear, so they won't be affected by any of the emissions, but that's only if it's a small one. What makes this fight such a pain in the arse is the large amounts of monolith soldiers between us and Strelok. But don't worry, Lebedev supplied us with an F2000 with only 30 bullets. What a twat. I actually lost count of how many times I died in this fight. It was not enjoyable at all. What is it with these games making terrible finales? I blew most of my ammo and meds in the Mansk, and now I have to deal with this? This prototype Gauss rifle only tickles Strelok, so we have to hit him at least 30 or more times. I could be exaggerating, but that's what it felt like. It's hard to keep track of him too because he runs all around this place. That was until the game blessed me. Strelok bugged out and stood still for me. So I spent the next minute shooting him in the face. This eventually breaks his side protection. Now what Lebedev wants to do is to wait for an emission to occur. This will no doubt kill Strelok. But is he forgetting something? Scar isn't protected. This motherfucker is about to get us killed. But the unexpected happens.
How are the readings? Any drop in the level of anomalous activity? Damn! I didn't expect anything like this. Anomalous activity is through the roof. But this zone was supposed to calm down.
His side detector is off the charts, and it's showing a power reading that he did not want to see. We are all fucked. The emission has just killed us all. The final cutscene of this game shows Strelok being converted into an agent of the sea consciousness. Sadly, there are no other endings. To be fair, that wouldn't make any sense since this is a prequel, but it would have been cool to see what if scenarios that weren't canon. I personally think that would have been cool. Clear Sky is not a perfect game. It was criticised for its bugs, gameplay, and even the story. When people say this was the worst entry in the franchise, I don't think they meant it was a bad game. It just felt weaker compared to Shadow Chernobyl. But I've got to say, despite this game being incredibly frustrating at times, I loved every minute of it. I will agree that it was missing some of the horror and atmosphere compared to the last game. However, the RPG elements of this game brought me back from multiple playthroughs, and it was a joy to team with different factions. Clear Sky is a very flawed game, but it did innovate. Some of the features this game introduced are now a staple in the franchise, and it pushed Stalker's gameplay to a whole new level. So, to conclude this video, I would say that this game is an underappreciated gem. If you were on the fence about trying this game out, I urge you to play it and go in with an open mind. Right, I need a fucking break now, Jesus Christ.
In actual fact, we have nothing to worry about. According to our research,
I have been playing through the original Stalker trilogy, a franchise that I greatly missed out on, but here I am now, recording every single game and producing an overly long video essay. Both Shadow of Chernobyl and Clear Sky were a joy to play through, though my hairline hasn't recovered since and my blood pressure is at an all-time high now. And I blame that on these games being extremely difficult. About 10% of the challenge requires skill and the last 90% requires luck, simply because these games are riddled with bugs and moments that make you question your very own existence. But trust me, it's worth the pain. Call of Pripyat is the final game in the trilogy, and was the ending of Stalker. After this game's release, GSC closed their doors and the franchise went dormant for 15 years. There were many reasons why the studio shut it down, but it was nothing to do with these games selling poorly, they were all commercially successful. Call of Pripyat is actually regarded as the second best in the trilogy, and some even consider it to be the best. The atmosphere in this entry is tremendous and hands down has the best side content out of all the originals. This game gives the player the opportunity to explore the zone. Shadow of Chernobyl and Clear Sky were quite limited in terms of exploration, but Call of Pripyat finally allows you to go anywhere and do whatever you want. So I spent 20 hours playing this game and was almost able to do everything in a single playthrough. Once the credits rolled however, I felt all kinds of emotions, but the main one I felt was disappointment. Now, I am by no means saying that Call of Pripyat is a bad game. It still retains that goofiness and atmosphere, but it lacked challenge. These games were notorious for being hard and it's what made them great. It felt satisfying saving up money for better gear or by finding it. It felt great to overcome the challenge. The story, lore and atmosphere were the cherries on top, but Call of Pripyat was far too easy. It also had some other issues which I will elaborate on throughout the video. Till then, let's begin this story. The game begins with summarising all the major events leading up to this point. Call of Pripyat is its own unique story with connections to the previous games, rather than being a direct sequel, so this introduction is more for first time players. During the events of Shadow Chernobyl, the military discovered that the brain scorcher had been deactivated and noticed there was a large group of stalkers heading towards the centre. As a response to the sudden change in the zone, the Ukrainian military initiates Operation Fairway. This was meant to be a large-scale airborne deployment into the centre of the zone, using advanced technology to navigate through and around anomalies whilst being equipped with emission protection. On paper, it was the perfect plan, but it was a complete disaster. Most of the helicopters went dark and crashed all around the outskirts of Pripyat. Instead of risking more resources, the Ukrainian government decided to send just one man in to investigate. We play as Major fuck's sake, I'm just going to call him Major from now on. He's a USS Special Agent and former stalker who will be entering the zone undercover. And that's where this game begins. There's no fancy pre-rendered cutscene this time around, it just drops us straight into the first zone that is new to this game. And just like Clear Sky, this first segment is a bit of a shithole.
Пути, фраер!
Call of Pripyat starts off very differently compared to the last two games. Rather than having someone giving you jobs or barking orders at you, you are instead given multiple main mission markers and that is it. You can approach these missions in any order you want. You are free to go wherever you want and do whatever you want. Call of Pripyat respects the player's intelligence and gives them free reins from the get-go. Because GSC probably knew at this point that players know how to play a stalker game now. As for new players, this game isn't too harsh in the beginning unlike the other two. Obviously the first location of this game serves as a starting area for the player. This is Zaton, a swampy marshland that is surrounded by Pripyat's industrial sector. Since the brain scorcher has been shut off, it has opened a path to Pripyat and its surrounding areas, so waves of stalkers have rushed to take advantage of this virgin area. Right next to us is one of the more dangerous anomalies called the Boiler. This kind spawns in fire-type artifacts and good luck trying to find one with this detector. Anomalies in Call of Pripyat are no joke. In previous games, you could basically get away with picking up artifacts by just running through certain anomalies. This time around, you really do need the appropriate protection. Artifact hunting is a big part of Call of Pripyat's gameplay loop, since every single anomaly is marked on your PDA and they are everywhere. What I really liked about this too was that you can find other groups of stalkers trying to navigate through anomalies seeking artifacts, and sometimes you will witness some of them fall to it. Oh, he did die. Oh, no way he had that on him. The first anomaly we encounter we see two stalkers testing out a sunrise suit to see whether or not it can withstand the heat. Sadly for them, all their hard-earned money went to waste. His friend urges us to help him, but this option is completely up to you, and saving him is definitely worth it as they pay you with a bear detector. A massive upgrade from your current one. Don't even bother looking for artifacts of this, it's shit. Save your sanity and save this lad and it will pay off. Zaton isn't exactly big, but it can get overwhelming with the amount of things marked on your map. You can ask around for notable locations to go to, and this stalker will point you in the direction of a safe zone. This rust bucket is called the Skadomsk, named after a port city in the Kherson Oblast in Ukraine. The man in charge here is a bandit kingpin named Sultan. Just like many others, he and his crew rushed to Zaton with the hopes of taking control of this area. He's not quite there yet, but he has his ambitions. Though they're bandits, they are nothing like the ones we've encountered before. They're a lot less hostile and chaotic, and are even open to business to all factions. He even offers stalkers here protection, as long as they pay up the worst thing known to mankind: taxes. Those who don't are pretty much free game. Stepping outside, you will occasionally hear a shit ton of gunfire and explosion from bandits attacking stalkers who haven't paid up their taxes. If you encounter this, which you will, I suggest waiting around so that you can loot the bodies for free money. You can accept side jobs from Sultan to essentially pay this tax, and his first job is a big one. He's looking to shake down some stalkers who have set up shop in a different ship nearby. We have to wait until midnight and meet the bandits outside, and basically just kill everyone in sight. But this is where Call of Pripyat gets interesting. Most side missions have alternative approaches that lead to different outcomes that will impact future side missions. You get the mission details from Sultan's right hand man, and you can continue with this approach if you want to. But if you talk with other stalkers within the ship, you can find this man in the corner and you can warn him that his crew are about to get raided. This will now give you the option to backstab the bandits during the mission. And the third option is to do nothing. And I don't mean just flat out ignore the mission, I mean don't take sides. This outcome is actually pretty funny because whoever wins acknowledges the fact that you never fired a shot and they don't pay you. I, in the end, decided to backstab the bandits, and the loners pay you by giving you the location to a stash that's hiding a nice TRS. But the great thing about stashes is that they already exist within the world before the location is revealed to you, which is a much better system compared to the previous games because you are now rewarded for exploring the world. Some stashes are pretty well hidden too, and it does require you to think outside the box sometimes. This is the dumbest fucking stash spot I've ever seen in my life. Oddly enough, returning to Sultan doesn't cause any conflict over his betrayal. He doesn't seem to even comment on it. I'm not too sure whether or not this was a bug or an oversight. If you did betray him, the quest line he gave you is then forwarded to Beard, who seems to be on the loner's side. He wants us to help crash an arms deal that the bandits are doing. Turns out some lad from duty is embezzling weapons from his base and selling it off to Sultan. He even hired some mercenaries for protection. It's obvious the loners are trying to deny Sultan a chance of gaining power in Zaton. So in an effort to sabotage his plans, they're taking away important resources to do so. If you sided with the bandits however, you will be the one protecting the cargo. Before we talk about one other interesting questline within Zaton, I just want to briefly go over this small one that is given to you by Beard. He wants us to investigate this spooky shipwreck that seems to be glowing. It's surrounded by anomalies and it can be tricky to get inside. Once you do, you will uncover a unique artifact known as the Altered Will. Honestly, this is just a piece of junk with zero benefits. At first I thought if you equip this artifact, it would glow and emit a light around you and act just like a flashlight, but nah, it just slowly kills you. What makes this quest funny though, is this geezer. He begs the Major to hand over the artifact because he needs it to heal his brother. So he's claiming that this artifact has healing properties. But you can already see through his bullshit if you just look at the item description. This ain't healing shit. Nonetheless, I was interested to see what happens if I did hand it over. As soon as you give it to him, he just makes a run for it without even thanking me. Even worse, his buddies reveal themselves. They set up an ambush just in case I didn't comply. You can't actually follow this guy all the way back to the safe zone, and he just sells it to Beard.
Check out what I found in that old tub. Will this do?
What a prick.
Wow, that's something else.
I've never seen one of these before.
Oh, it's you. Well, I need cash as much as you do.
But this guy forgot about one crucial thing. I have access to quick saves.
That's terrible.
Yeah, excuse my bad aim. The guns have a lot more recoil in this game. Back at the safe zone, we can have a conversation with a stalker named Grouse. He informs the Major that several stalkers within Zaton have gone missing, and he recently discovered one of the victims. He claims he was bled dry and suspects bloodsuckers are responsible for this. He managed to track down 2 bloodsuckers, and he wants us to meet him at the antenna complex. They unfortunately fled into this spooky building, so we do the smartest thing and follow them. Because that's a great idea, isn't it, Grouse? It isn't long before we run into this ugly son bitch, but that's only the first one. He's not quite satisfied getting revenge yet, and urges that we push further down into the basement. It's actually down here where we discover more of the missing stalkers, and that's case closed. Bloodsuckers were the ones responsible, but there's a twist.
The bodies we found before didn't have those.
Grouse examines the bodies and discovers an unusual pattern of wounds on the bodies that doesn't fit the MO of a bloodsucker. With that discovery, it's time to get out of here. Oh shit. Instead of going back, Grouse continues forward, sneaking right past them. Don't walk into it, oh my god. And my curiosity got the better of me. Let's see just how many there are sleeping. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh fuck! Turns out, there's actually a lot more than the game actually shows you. We finally escape, and Grouse has an idea who might truly be behind this mess. He says he will keep in touch, and now we must inform Beard about this bloodsucker nest. He thinks the best way to deal with this situation is to pump gas into the basement. Problem with this solution is that we have no idea where to find any. You can naturally find it in the world if you explore the correct location, but if you have the same attention span as a doom scroller, you can pay this man a visit for the information. This is Al, the ship's trader and shady information dealer. He will sell you any intel for missions for a fair price, but he will also buy any PDA and government documents for basically pennies. He's also a grumpy git with zero manners.
What are you, a statue? If you got something, spill the beans. If not, take a hike.
Wait, I mean, you're so rude, man. I'm saying you shit. Like, what? He will sell us the location to an abandoned military convoy that's sitting along a broken bridge. This convoy was transporting an experimental gas that was going to be used for combat testing, but it never reached its destination. Judging by the lack of bodies, this convoy was most likely abandoned by the military before the zone's creation, as the military most of the time operate outside the borders. With the gas secured, we make our way back to the antenna complex to cleanse the nest. Upon doing so, a few bloodsuckers come out to say hello. These buggers are tricky to deal with out in the open as they utilise hit and run tactics. As long as you have a shotgun with you, they should be no problem. Once that's done, we inform Beard of our success, and that's the questline completed. But what about the missing stalkers? Well, later into the game, Grouse does some digging and leaves a message with Beard for us. He wants us to meet him at the docks to help him with something. He's incredibly vague with his intentions, but it has something to do with the wounds left on the bodies. We can find an old shack just above the docks, and what we discover is rather disturbing. Grouse has fallen victim to the man responsible.
I knew I'd be exposed eventually.
This is Tremor, the ship's doctor. He was the one killing the stalkers, but what makes this even worse is that he wasn't killing them for sport. He needed his fix, and that's blood. He's a hemoglobin addict, and the zone didn't give him this addiction. Before he became a stalker, he hid his addiction by consuming blood bags from a clinic. He fled to the zone hoping it would help him overcome this addiction, but it only made it worse. It turned him into a murderer. Grouse was his latest victim, and now that he's been discovered, he takes the only way out he could possibly think of. Nah, sorry, I'm not letting him get away with this. Now, I have seen many videos of Tremor glitching out, and it creates a hilarious bug. Sadly, I wasn't able to capture this, but here's an example of what that looks like. You can even manipulate this glitch by chucking him an RPG, which for some reason causes him to use that instead of a pistol.
What a shame.
It's a tragic end to this questline, but at least stalkers don't have to worry about being drained by another human.
What the fuck did you just say?
After investigating the second Stingray, we will be granted with a roadmap that shows a safe passage to Jupiter, which is the next area of this game. I know I haven't talked about the crashed helicopters yet, but don't worry, I will get to that eventually. You can give these maps to Pilot, who's the main guide of this game. He will give you a permanent discount, which will come in handy since you will be using him a lot. This is Yanov Station, the main hub in Jupiter.
Come on over, bro.
And wait.
I'm listening, man.
Wait.
Freedom and Duty sitting in the same building together?
Freedom and Duty inside the same building together, and they're not gunning each other down? What universe are we in? This bizarre moment immediately caught my attention, and I just had to figure out why there's an ongoing truce. Speaking with one of the colonels in the back office, we find out that they're still officially at war, but he says the rules are very different when you're closer to the centre of the zone. Since this land is unknown to many and the fact that both Freedom and Duty lack manpower in Jupiter, they have bigger things to worry about. So they see no point in killing each other. Duty's main focus right now is on obtaining information from the abandoned laboratories that surround Pripyat. And they have unravelled many secrets so far that have changed their overall mission. They now believe that it may not even be possible to destroy the zone, so their main mission now is to find out why this place exists in the first place. Now that we're in Jupiter, let's talk about Call of Pripyat's overall gameplay. The guns in this entry are probably the most satisfying to use out of the original trilogy, as it combines elements from Shadow of Chernobyl and Clear Sky. It completely ditched the random bullet spread from Clear Sky but kept the entire upgrading system, and it went back to how the guns worked in the first game, but they added a fair amount of recoil to a lot of the guns. You can manage this though with upgrades. There are only 2 technicians in this game, one in Jupiter and the other being back in Saturn. They're easy to access and you can improve their abilities by finding toolsets that are hidden on the map. This encourages you to go out there and really explore every building, because these tools are fairly hidden. Upgrading though can get very pricey, so it's a good idea you start grinding to make some good money. The best method in my opinion is artifact hunting, as some of them sell for a very good price, but this can be a challenge within itself. I want to quickly just expand a bit more on the anomalies in this game. Each anomaly is uniquely crafted from the ground up and is part of the map now, rather than being some random cluster in the field. It really feels like they have character now, and are all just as dangerous as each other. Some were definitely more challenging than others, but they were all memorable. They all still have their own unique artifacts that spawn at them, and it's always worth repaying them a visit each time an mission passes by. And even when you get a better detector. The basic echo detector can only identify the more useless artifacts, and as you go up in detectors, the pool for potential artifacts get bigger. The Veles detector is able to identify all the artifacts in the game, so when I got this extremely early, making money became a breeze. It was so easy in fact that I made over 100,000 rubles within the first few hours of the game and was able to buy the best equipment that was available to me at that time. This is one of my main issues with Call of Pripyat, and that was the fact how easy it was to make money. It got to the point where I just stopped looking for artifacts because I had everything I needed, which takes away the incentive to go out and risk looking for more. In previous games, making money took some time and it felt like you had to do it regularly, since things got expensive towards the endgame. Some players may not have an issue with this, and that's fine, but this was one of the main reasons why this entry felt incredibly easy for me. One thing I do think is fantastic about this game is its overall atmosphere and aesthetic. Out of the trilogy, the graphics peaked here. The lighting is superb and the dynamic weather is immersive. I just love how you can visibly see a storm coming before it happens, you know, like in real life. The god rays shining through the dark clouds are beautiful and the emissions are downright terrifying. The zone really feels like a character now, rather than being a backdrop for the games. In previous entries, humans and other factions were your main threat, but in Call of Pripyat, the zone itself is your biggest fear. Dangerous anomalies, emissions, and mutants that dominate the regions. You will be mostly fighting mutants in this entry simply because most of the humans are neutral to you. There are a few odd bandits and mercenaries here and there, but the mutants will be your main concern. Call of Pripyat even introduces some new mutants that are very powerful. Though this game makes the zone feel really alive, it can also feel quite empty. There is a lot to explore, but there's not really much to see. Most of the buildings are empty and there isn't a lot going on between locations. Mutants can be a serious threat to you, but that quickly goes away once you are equipped with good gear. And that happens pretty soon depending on how much money you can make in the early game. Call of Pripyat feels empty, lonely, and honestly kind of depressing. Maybe this was the idea GSC had for this entry, and that's totally fine. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. This game has a very unique vibe and aesthetic that I do appreciate. They finally gave us a lot of freedom within the zone. It's just that it feels desolate a lot of the time. There isn't much action going on between landmarks. I miss the factions being a lot more involved with the game. Now they are just NPCs you have conversations with instead of actively being a threat to you. There isn't really a reputation system integrated into this game, and you can freely kill freedom and duty members without worrying about consequences. You can even carry out missions for either side without penalties. The factions don't play a part in this game. It's mainly mutants and the zone this game focuses on. And that's what made this game incredibly easy. Not having to worry about pissing off a faction or other humans fighting you made this game feel empty for me. It does excel with its atmosphere, but there's no pressure with resource management or with becoming an enemy to a faction. This game is a completely different experience compared to Clear Sky and Shadow of Chernobyl. It's not challenging, but it does feel a lot more immersive and atmospheric than the others. Don't get me wrong, it's still a fantastic Stalker game. If it was only just more challenging, it would be a lot better in my opinion. I played all the games on Master, but this one didn't feel hard at all. But hold up, I still think this game has the best side content and there's plenty more to talk about, so let's get back to that. The first little side mission you will encounter is from this freedom boy at Yanov Station. He needs our help with something and he tries to persuade us with some good old tourist breakfast. A popular meal within the zone that has an unknown expiration date, but it was stolen from the military, so it's unlikely to contain any dodgy meat. I hope. He brings us to a ruined village that is surrounded by what appears to be harmless zombies, but we're not here for them. We position ourselves inside the house and it turns out this freedom soldier has some ops. A bunch of mercenaries arrive, so it's clear we were being followed by them. And I'm guessing that was what he wanted because we set up the perfect ambush. We destroy the squad of mercs and we ask Uncle Yar what the hell that was about. And this is where something mysterious arises. Yar was here earlier and eavesdropped on this very group and they were talking about a lab that is somewhere hidden under Pripyat. And this isn't the first time we've heard about this. Back in Zaton, you will find a squad of mercenaries at the waste processing station.
Okay. Drop that retard.
What did he say?
And Al gives us a mission to retrieve a laptop from them. This intel reveals that the mercs have multiple squads set up around Pripyat, and they're currently waiting on stalkers to find a way into it. Once that happens, they'll be using a guide to enter to meet their clients. All this information comes from a merc called Jackal. One other name mentioned is Black. This information is obviously top secret as they're trying to kill Uncle Yar to prevent anything from leaking. I know this little bit of story is just from a side quest, but this actually plays into a conspiracy about the mercenaries. This is not the end of it however, and this won't be the last time we meet the mercs. Trust me, this little side story gets very interesting the deeper we go, but more on that later. One funny thing about Uncle Yar is that this poor lad suffered from a bug in my playthrough. When I came back this way later in the game, I found Uncle Yar heading back towards this village, and it appears the game still thinks I'm doing this mission as he heads straight back into the house and then proceeds to shoot through the wall to try and kill zombies. Like, I'm not even kidding, he never left this area, he was permanently stuck shooting at a wall. Pray for Uncle Yar for me in the comments. Oh yeah, and leave a like. I'm sure he would appreciate that. Back at Yanov Station, we can meet a stalker down in the basement named Trapper. He's a hunter and he has a few jobs for us. He wants us to hunt some of the new mutants in this game. The first one being this ugly fucker.
Bro, how am I supposed to fight this motherfucker, mate?
This mutant is known as a Burra. It was originally cut from Shadow of Chernobyl, but was brought back for this entry, and in my opinion, it's one of the more iconic mutants in the game, simply because of its goofy design and lore. If it wasn't obvious, the Burra exists as a result of genetic experimentation. You will notice it's wearing a trench coat similar to what the bandits wear. This tells you a few things. This mutant still either has a human side to it, or it's very intelligent, as it's wearing a coat as a disguise to hide from stalkers, or it's using it as bait for curious people. It's even capable of mimicking noises. For example, in one of the labs later in the game, it mimics a child to bait players. One other interesting bit of lore about the Burras is that they were convicts before they were used as test subjects. The bandit trench coat is sort of an on-the-nose hint to the player. Either that, or the poor lad was tired of the rain. When it comes to fighting these things, they are incredibly annoying, and in my opinion, the hardest mutant in Call of Pripyat. They use telekinesis to fight, and they use it in multiple ways. Similar to a poltergeist, they are able to launch anything from the environment that does a ton of damage. But even worse, they can drain your stamina to prevent you from running away, and once that happens, they're able to yoink your weapon out of your hands. And you can already guess that's very awkward. These dickheads can also create a shield, making them immune to all damage for a short period of time. But here's a few pro strats. Slam at least 10 white monster energies to negate any stamina loss, and then go in with a shotgun. If you don't like getting close, then whip out a Gauss rifle and just one-tap it. But if you don't have one, then don't worry. Just pick any scoped weapon and shoot at it from a distance. This way, they can't do jack shit and will be sitting ducks. The Burra isn't the only new mutant you need to worry about, however. Say hello to the Chimera. They are a large nocturnal beast who just love to jump on stalkers when they least expect it. Regarded as the most deadly mutant within the zone, Trapper wants us to kill one because it seems to be giving the people of Jupiter a hard time at night. Chimeras look scary as fuck, and do throw a bunch of jump scares at you like that one character from Five Nights at Freddy's. But let me tell you a little secret. Their greatest attack is also their greatest weakness. Let me explain. The only attack they really have is the jumping one. So here's what you do. Put a tree between you and the Chimera, and the idiot will just jump straight into that instead of you. Not so scary now, huh? Not too far from Yanov Station, you can find a science bunker and... Wait, why are there mercenaries here? Oh god. Let's hope they don't become a problem. Inside the lab, we can find a survivor from the Clear Sky faction. This is Novikov, who was actually the technician you meet at the Clear Sky base. He has somehow ended up here, but he seems to be doing just fine without Lebedev. He also claims the scientists here are treating him well, but he can't say the same for the mercs outside. Apparently, they came out of nowhere and insisted on protecting this place. Professor Herman claims they have a contract with them, but really, he had no other choice. His superiors did not give him the appropriate protection for this area, and the mercenaries were his only option. But it's very obvious what they're up to. They have been extremely nosy towards the ecologists by asking them questions about their research and how some of their equipment works. They are probing for information, and these mercenaries are definitely the same ones looking for the lab, because if you climb to the top, you will find Black, the man who was mentioned in the laptop we recovered. But that's enough about them now. The scientists inside have plenty jobs for us to do. Some minor ones, such as collecting certain artifacts, placing scanners near anomaly fields, and some field research. However, they have a fairly interesting questline. Speaking with Ozerski, he brings up a legend that most stalkers in the zone are aware of, but hardly anyone believes it's true. Some believe there's an oasis within the zone. They say it's a place that replenishes your energy and heals all your wounds. Ozerski obviously thinks it's all bullshit, but hey, he's willing to risk a stalker's life to go look for it, in the name of science of course. If you agree to go look for it, you will notice that you get fuck all information. No waypoints, no hints, no indicators, nothing. We have no idea if this is a physical place or if it's some sort of artifact. Well, in my playthrough, I accidentally found it, which does make you wonder, how the hell did no one find this place? Well, let's rewind back about 5 minutes. In order to reach the oasis, you must go deep underground and solve this bizarre anomaly. If you walk through the pillars in the wrong order, you will be stuck in an infinite loop. Your only way out then is to turn back and leave. This is similar to what we saw in Clear Sky. Forrester and the mercenary group got stuck in an anomaly called the space bubble. You pretty much get stuck in a loop, and no matter which direction you go, you will always end back up in the same place. However, this one is very different. It's more like a test than anything. This may be the reason why the oasis was never found. But what exactly is this place and what does it represent? In a real world sense, an oasis is a fertile spot in a desert where water is found. The mission icon shows pretty much what an oasis is. It's basically a small area where underground water reaches the surface, allowing plants, animals, and sometimes people to survive in an otherwise totally barren and deadly environment. I think in Stalker, the oasis could represent many things. In a symbolic meaning, it could represent sanctuary or peace in a cruel world. Or maybe it's just a blessing from the zone, as many stalkers believe it has healing properties. When you approach the water, an artifact is presented to you. It's called the Heart of the Oasis. This is the first anomaly that isn't a threat. It instead welcomes you. Well, except the fact that as soon as you pick it up, a bunch of pseudo dogs just spawn on top of you. With the proof in hand, we take it back to Ozersky for a measly 7,000 rubles.
What? No, alright, I know that sounds bad.
You can keep it if you want, but the artifact isn't anything special. It's actually kind of ironic that the oasis was said to be this place that heals your wounds, but instead you get an artifact that slowly kills you if you're not wearing a good enough suit. After you've done some field research for the scientists, Herman will eventually ask you to retrieve some documents from the Jupiter factory. This place is obviously based on the real Jupiter factory that sits on the outskirts of Pripyat. Before the meltdown, this factory used to produce cassette tapes and other household items. It also secretly produced semiconductors for military application. When the nuclear reactor exploded, the factory was then quickly turned into a radiological lab to test many decontamination methods. The actual sarcophagus was designed right here. Upon finding the documents Herman asked for, we get a nasty surprise.
You shouldn't have come here, Stalker. Now you'll be worm food.
Black and his squad of mercenaries will ambush you the moment you try to leave. He and his boys left the bunker just to kill us all the way out here, but why? If you want to find out, you will need to kill Black for his PDA. In doing so, you will see that he received a message from Jackal very recently. It turns out they were never there to protect the scientists. They were actually trying to prevent the scientists from finding anything about the X-Labs. Their client wants to make sure they don't get anywhere near it. Whoever this could be is a complete mystery as of right now, and there's nothing to theorise with either. But let me put my tinfoil hat on for a second. Whoever it is may not be from around here. If they're resorting to mercenaries just to keep any government-linked factions from discovering the labs, something bigger must be at play. They're either from a separate research institute, or maybe they're from a different government. I won't say any more, but I will come back to this. We inform Herman that Black and his mercenaries are cooked, and now he needs a new security team. The next assignment Herman has for us is to investigate an unusual anomaly field to get some readings. But since there's probably a mutant lair inside this tunnel, he sends us along with a team.
So you're the whole expert, eh? Don't worry, you can count on the boys to take the muties out nice and quick.
And when we arrive, we see that really isn't the case. It's just a few zombies and what even the fuck is that? Just like the altered wheel back in Saturn, this is an altered insulator. Yeah, it's useless, but it's needed to complete the mission. Stepping outside though, we encounter something we have never seen before.
Watch Watch out! Controller!
A controller comes out of nowhere and begins to mind control the stalkers we came here with. With no other option, you have to kill them. But it is possible to save them if you're quick enough. This is actually a cool moment, as we've never seen a controller do such a thing before. It actually makes them a lot more scary. If you're not wearing any side protection, a controller can bend your will, and that's a terrifying thought. We inform Herman about the results of the mission, and honestly, I don't think he really gives a shit. After some time, the scanners we placed around anomalies will start to show some results. Apparently, they're detecting an unusual amount of activity to the north. Around the cooling towers, you can hear someone talk on the radio.
Find a way out, help! We're running low on...
There's a lot of interference and you can barely hear what's being said, but you can hear enough to understand that they're begging for help. According to the scanner readings, there should be some sort of anomaly around here. Whatever it is, we will need a specialised detector for this. This is where Herman instructs us to get hold of a Sarog detector. This version is a modified Velis detector that was created by the scientists, but unfortunately they have none left to spare, so we have to find someone who will be able to sort us out. The only way you can get hold of one is if you complete a certain mission back in Zaton. Al will ask you to deliver 3 Velis detectors to Novikov. Once you do that, you will need to wait a little while before you can get a Sarog detector, aka the best artifact hunting tool in the game. It can track artifacts from a greater distance and in real time too, but the best feature is that it shows you exactly where anomalies are, basically turning artifact hunting into easy mode. With this equipped, we investigate the cooling towers to the north, and this is where we see some bizarre looking bubble, which sort of looks similar to the ones we saw in Lemansk. Getting closer causes the anomaly to spit out a bunch of bodies. These were the men we could hear on the radio, but the fact they're already dead probably means they have been for quite some time. All of them are from the Duty faction, but what's more interesting is that one of them is a general. On his body, we can find a PDA with a message on it.
Whichever way we go, we always end up at the same exact spot. I still can't get used to this fog. It's weird. The Chaburny disappeared without a trace. Maybe he found a way out? Day 6. We have run out of water. The colonel flipped his lid and shot 2 people at point-blank range and then himself. Now I'm on my own in this damn anomaly. If I hadn't fixed for our communications with HQ to go down, they could have rescued us, and Duty wouldn't have existed. I wonder how things would have turned out. Ah, screw it. That Captain Tachenko died a long time ago, and this General Tachenko of Duty will follow him. That's justice, I suppose.
Just like the mercenaries in Clear Sky, this Duty squad fell into the same exact anomaly. It's also revealed in this message that this general was one of the founders of Duty. Turns out the original founders were deserters from the military, but this was something they wanted to keep buried as no one in the zone trusts or even respects the military. What's more interesting is that if you bring this PDA to the Duty commander Yanov, he says that he will buy it off you and that no one needs to know about this. This PDA basically exposes that the founders of Duty are a bunch of frauds and all their propaganda is just a bunch of bullshit. So instead of giving it to him, I gave it to Freedom. I think that's enough about the side content in this game. There is plenty more in the game, but I only wanted to cover the missions I found to be the most interesting. But also, I don't want this video to be over 10 hours long. Now is the time to dive into the main story of this game. The reason I left it for so long is because the first half of this game is just you investigating the downed choppers, which honestly isn't all that interesting. So I will quickly summarise the major findings. Stingray 1 was the only chopper that didn't crash, but it did suffer from a hard landing, resulting in 2 passengers being killed. The rest of the crew is nowhere to be found, however. Stingray 2 suffered from a catastrophic crash from an unknown cause, but the most bizarre thing is that the entire crew died while the chopper was still in the air. Stingray 3 crashed around the swamps in Zaton, and the exterior shows electrical burns. The status of the crew is unknown, but some were killed by snorks. Stingray 5 crashed due to an engine failure and some of the crew died on impact. The rest is nowhere to be found. The black box on Stingray 4 shows that it had technical issues with navigation, and the exterior also shows electrical burns. Majority of the crew were killed by mutants, but the pilot managed to survive and you will find him at the lab in Jupiter. With all the crash sites investigated, we basically didn't learn jack shit. But there's one saving grace. One of the crash sites showed us that there's an evacuation point in Pripyat, so there's a chance we will find survivors and they may be able to tell us exactly what happened. There's one issue with that though. Getting to Pripyat is almost impossible because no one knows a safe way in. However, if you investigate the Jupiter plant further, you will find old military documents that reveal there's an underground complex known as Pripyat 1. But due to this place being in ruins, there's no other way to power the elevator that we know of. So by bringing the documents to Nitro, he will be able to identify a way to open the underpass. One thing he does recommend that we do, however, is to put together a team for this expedition. He tells us about a man living in the tower just outside Yano Station. His name is Zulu. He's an ex-duty soldier who spends most of his days drinking vodka. And if we're going to be talking business, we need to join him. This guy loves his vodka, because after every sentence, Zulu takes a shot. And when I mean a shot, I mean he just chugs away at the bottle. Let's just hope in the morning he doesn't regret signing up for this mission. Something else we need to prepare for is the deadly gas that's inside this underpass. Monolith filled the tunnels with a deadly nerve agent to prevent any stalkers from entering Pripyat, and the only way we can safely breathe down there is if we are equipped with a saver suit. Zulu already has one, but the people you recruit will need one in order for them to join you. The first candidate is the pilot at the lab. It doesn't take a lot to convince him as soon as you tell him you're heading into Pripyat, because that's where the evac is going to be, but he's not equipped with a protection suit. You can either buy him one, or you can get him one from the scientists. Since it's expensive equipment, they're not just going to give one away for free. But if you did all their side missions, Ozerski will happily pass one over. Just don't tell Herman. The next person we can recruit is this guy. This is Vano, and he's fallen victim to an interest scam. He's shit out of money and luck, but we can be his saviour, as long as he agrees to join this potential suicide mission, of course. All we need to do is pay these bandits a visit and pay off his debt. I couldn't be bothered to shoot my way out, and money isn't an issue. With 2 extra people recruited, we just have enough room for one more. The final person we can recruit is... what on earth?
Stalker, could you come over here?
Since Straylock killed the Sea Consciousness, all members of Monolith lost link to their supposed god. Before that event, Monolith didn't just have control of Pripyat, but all surrounding areas of it. This squad here was on their way back to the centre until they suddenly became aware again. They still understand who they served, but since they lost that connection, they have no one to guide them anymore, which has basically given back their will. We can speak to their leader and wait, is that Strider?
Strider! Strider!
The only way for us to recruit Strider is if we integrate his squad with one of the 2 main factions in Jupiter, that being Duty or Freedom. You will have to have a good stand-in with either of the factions in order to convince them to recruit them. In my playthrough, I was able to talk to Freedom into giving them a chance, and it was a success. The squad assimilated very quickly with Freedom, so quick in fact, they already have the uniform on and they've already adopted their dialect.
What's up, bro?
And they're talking like them now. With a full squad recruited, we are now ready to enter the underpass.
Good to go?
Ready. What? I'm always ready. Also, ready. I have a bad feeling about this.
Everyone's ready. Open it up.
Roger. Let's rock.
That's good. Go.
Good luck, boys.
Now down here, it's mayhem.
Let's go.
It's an anomaly here.
Ferocious mutants, anomalies, and a deadly nerve agent. It's pretty scary down here, but I was more afraid of my teammates dying rather than my own safety. This segment does go on for a decent bit, so make sure to pack enough ammo and supplies. But if you don't really care about your teammates, then you can just let them do all the shooting. If one of them dies, then no problem, you have 3 extra lives. One mutant that I haven't spoken about at all are these little fuckers. They're basically a rat on steroids, but according to the Stalker wiki, they're also known as hamsters. Make that of what you will. Though they're tiny, don't underestimate them. Just our Strider, he got obliterated by one. As we get towards the end, we are greeted by the monolith. Even though they've lost connection to their sea consciousness, they still believe in their god's existence and continue to act on their last orders, which was shooting anyone that's not wearing their uniform. We pretty much just shoot our way out of this place, and before you know it, you're heading up a ladder into Pripyat. To the major surprise, they walk straight into a trap set up by the military.
Put your weapons on the ground, now!
Don't shoot! I'm Lieutenant Sokolov, co-pilot of Stingray 4. I'm on my way to B-28, the emergency position.
How on earth did they know we were coming? Like, are they cheating or what the fuck? Naturally, the other stalkers are a bit shaken by this because no one trusts the military. But not to worry. The Major takes the stage and reveals to everyone he's a government agent.
I'm Major Dektyrev, USS. I'm here to investigate the failure of Operation Fairway.
USS? What the?
I knew it!
This royally pisses off Zulu, causing him to walk away from this situation. Which is a pretty stupid idea considering we're in the middle of Pripyat. The soldiers obey the Major's commands and take him straight to Colonel Kowalski. He breaks down the situation they're currently in and it's fucked. Half of his team are either dead or missing and they have zero comms with HQ. He doesn't exactly explain what happened to Operation Fairway just yet, as he has a bunch of chores for us to do. But first, I want to talk about Pripyat for a moment.
50,000 people used to live here. Now it's a ghost town.
Pripyat was once a young, thriving city that housed thousands of workers and their families. It was designed this way so that workers could conveniently commute to work around the CMPP. But when the disaster happened, it destroyed many lives. Everyone was forced to evacuate and leave everything behind. Their homes, vehicles, and even their pets. All that's left is a dead city that's overrun by wildlife. Large pockets of radiation within the city still exist to this day and will remain there for many more years. Stalker perfectly captures the feel of Pripyat. A complete ruin with danger around almost every corner. Wherever that be anomalies, monolith, or mutants, it's important to be vigilant when you walk the streets. But I would be lying if I said this was how the city felt. In reality, Pripyat was extremely disappointing once again. It was hyped up to be this deadly area within the zone and that all stalkers should avoid this place at all cost. To be honest, I felt safer walking the streets of Pripyat than I did in Garbage, and that's saying a lot. Gameplay wise, there's nothing to see, nothing but empty rooms and ruins. You will occasionally find squads of monolith soldiers and mutants, but it just felt underwhelming. It didn't feel like I was at the endgame, it felt more like your typical trip through the zone. So what did I like about Pripyat? Well, it was kind of interesting to explore, but that was until you entered the next building and realised everything looked the same. There was this one interesting building, however, that was housing a squad of monolith soldiers, and you will find something that is very familiar. In Shadow of Chernobyl, we saw this exact case in the Pripyat movie theatre. They were all in some sort of trance and possibly communicating with the sea consciousness, but now that they're gone, they no longer hear the voices of their god. They feel abandoned.
Why have you left us, O Monolith? We await your orders, O Monolith.
Which is why so many of them are still left in Pripyat. They're clinging onto the hope that their gods will answer them. Another thing I did like about this place was their faithful recreations of some of the buildings within Pripyat. The exterior of the theatre, hospital and school look almost identical to their real life counterparts, and it was extremely eerie walking through these buildings. I even ran into a chimera, which wasn't fun.
Yo, you can hear me, right? Fuck you, you inbred cunt!
There's also some unique anomalies you can find which are pretty difficult to navigate. This one was definitely the most interesting anomaly, and it's simply called Vine. It's surrounded by chemical anomalies and it has this weird orb that glides along the vines. But if you look at it closely, it's quite obvious the game is telling you that you can climb this. And at the top, you will find a very mid artifact with a PKM. This dogshit loot was not worth the struggle. Around the school, you can actually find Zulu being attacked by Snorks. If you help him out, it crushes the beef he had with you and he rewards the Major with his PKM. Again, this dogshit weapon was not worth the hassle. Yeah, don't use this gun. Overall, Pripyat was disappointing. It was rather boring to explore and it just felt, well, dead. Even the missions you carry out for the Colonel are pretty shit, and I think that's a good segue actually. We begin asking the Colonel if he has any idea what could have possibly happened, and he believes they were shot down by an extremely powerful weapon. While they've been stranded in Pripyat, they have been fighting back and forth with the monolith, and he spotted them using a very unique weapon. His plan right now is to ambush a patrol near the hospital, and hope one of them is carrying this thing. Just moments after setting up the attack, a small patrol arrives.
Вот тебя! Огонь!
The plan was perfect, but that felt too easy. We examined the bodies for this mysterious weapon and it's a complete bust. And that's when you hear a very distinct sound that's easily recognisable.
It's an ambush, take cover.
The mysterious weapon the Colonel's talking about turns out to be a Gauss rifle, an extremely powerful one-shot sniper that's pinpoint accurate. If there's anything out there in the zone that can potentially shoot down a chopper, it's this thing. Back to the ambush. Yeah, this small patrol was clearly a setup, and it's crazy that Monolith soldiers are willing to use themselves as bait to draw their enemies. As soon as shit hits the fan, you will have a small army of Monolith on top of you before you know it. But the main man we need to focus on is the guy on the roof preaching.
We thank you, O Monolith, for revealing the cunning plans of your enemies to us. May your light shine down on the
This segment can be tricky, since close quarters fights usually favour AI. I tried falling back to my comrades, but I took one look at the radar and realised they're all dead. Fighting for my life, I moved slowly through the hospital, because I don't want to get one tap the moment I expose a pixel to the AI.
What the fuck, bro? What the fuck is with—
Slowly but surely, I managed to get a kill shot on the preacher, which causes him to fall many levels down, breaking the Gauss rifle in the process. So we get set up, everybody but me dies, and the one thing we came for is broken. You call those setbacks, I call those results. We report back to the Colonel on the mission's outcome and he's starting to run out of ideas. But since we have connections with other stalkers, there may be someone out there who might be able to fix the Gauss rifle. Before we can do any of that though, we need to find a missing recon unit. In between the main missions, the Colonel's men will gradually go missing in Pripyat, and of course it's up to us to find them. I'm basically just going to quickly summarise what happens in these missions, because there's nothing special about them other than, well, it's a search mission. The first unit you find were all killed by gunfire, but there is zero trace of the enemy. After this, the mission is meant to send you to the bookstore for the next part, but since I already cleared that building, it automatically completed it right here. After a while, the Colonel will ask you to look for his sentry. He's not responding, but his current signal suggests he's at the grocery store. And as we arrive, we hear an odd pattern of gunshots, and investigating it, you will see the sentry shoot into the air like a madman, eventually turning the gun on himself. Storming out of the back rooms, a controller reveals his ugly mug. So we avenge the sentry and report back to the Colonel. This is where he connects the dots and suggests the controller was the one who killed the recon unit by forcing them all to shoot each other. Man, they really buffed the controller in this one. Before they were a bit of a joke, but now they're actually pretty scary. One final mission I want to talk about before I get to the ending of this game is this one.
First target eliminated.
Yeah, I'm not done with the mercenaries yet. If you have completed all the missions related to Jackal and his mercs, you will get a mission in Pripyat called One Shot. Gary the Guide, oh my god, I just realised how stupid that name sounds. The guide from Jupiter warns the Major about a group of mercs who just entered Pripyat. And we know exactly why they're here. They want to find Lab X8. And based off the information we collected, they will be meeting their client here. You won't get the mission right here, however. In fact, you can only do this mission if you have collected all the documents about the mercenaries. So we post up inside a building with a nice SVD and wait. Eventually, we see a large group of mercenaries move out onto the courtyard. Then moments later, a small group of what looks to be scientists meets them. We are ordered to kill them both, but make sure to kill the guy on the left first, because if you don't, you get an RPG sent into your face. With both targets down, we have ensured the secrecy of the lab. But that's not the end of it. I'm putting my tinfoil hat back on for this part. Investigating the bodies, you will notice that they don't have anything particularly interesting on them. The merc we killed was Jackal. He was the leader of this team, and as soon as he was killed, his squad scrambled and just fled. The client we killed is simply known as Serban. The only somewhat interesting thing on his body is this red keycard, but that only opens a storage room down in the lab. But for 1 second, let's take another look at Serban's body. Apparently, he's also a mercenary. However, I think this is just a placeholder. So now, I'm going to throw this conspiracy theory out there. I believe Serban is actually with the CIA. Hear me out. Originally, the mercenaries were meant to be the US Army, but at one point, it was also going to be a mix of NATO Special Forces. That whole idea was scrapped in Shadow of Chernobyl. The mercenaries are the most secretive faction in the game, but their clients are more mysterious. For example, in the first game, the merc shot down a chopper to steal research from the ecologists. It was theorized that they are doing jobs for outside organizations, which does make a lot of sense. But how did I draw the conclusion that Serban is with the CIA? Well, the CIA in real life love to have their nose in everyone's business. They have carried out countless coups across the world just to put puppets in place for influence and power. If the CIA in the Stalker universe catch wind of secret labs in the zone potentially containing valuable information and weapons, they're not just going to let it sit there, right? Still not convinced? Alright, get this. In Jupiter, you can find a crashed UAV. Not just any UAV, that's the US Army's pride and joy, the MQ-9 Reaper. Now, why would a UAV be flying over the zone? What or who were they watching? Well, you can take the black box to Nitro, and what he finds is very interesting. You get coordinates to a few different stashes belonging to Straylock. I think they were following stalkers who entered the center and came back. Straylock and his crew were the only people who made it out alive. So this drone was probably watching them to figure out how they were doing it. And a mission most likely knocked the drone out the sky, which left them with no other choice but to hire mercenaries. Now obviously, I could be wrong about this whole CIA thing, but a lot of points in that direction.
First target eliminated.
If we take the Gauss rifle all the way back to Zaton, we will have an option to show it to Cardin. This for some reason causes him to pass out.
What? 62? That's impossible.
He instantly recognised it, and judging by his reaction, it terrified him. After a few hours, he will eventually wake up and give you some answers. He was one of the brains behind this project. It was dubbed Item 62 originally, and it never left the prototype stage as it was shut down back in 2004. The scientist obviously continued his work and produced the Gauss rifle. In order for Cardin to fix it, he will need the original schematics. This is where he gives us a keycard for the testing workshop. You will find this place in the Iron Forest anomaly, which is actually where one of the stingrays is crashed. This place is rather spooky. It's completely dark, and somehow zombie stalkers have found their way inside. Unfortunately, there's not much to explore down here as most of it is locked up. Hallways just funnel you directly to the objective, so it's practically impossible to get lost. But at the end, we find a mutant we haven't seen for a while.
Fucking diabolical.
A pseudo-giant was locked down here and he's pissed. One thing I do want to correct about this mutant is that I previously said that this was a heavily mutated human who was exposed to severe amounts of radiation for a prolonged amount of time. There's actually more to it than that. It's a human whose DNA has mixed up with multiple different animals. giving it a grotesque, monstrous look.
Excuse me, what the actual fuck?
Not only do they have a lot of health, but they basically have armor too, as their skull is 10 centimeters thick. One cool detail I did notice was that if you get close enough, you will get exposed to radiation, which tells you that this thing has been around for a long time soaking it up. Once that thing is out of the way, the schematics are just beyond this thick door. Inside, you will see a massive prototype Gauss rifle. The reason why it's so big is because this version required a lot of power just to shoot it. The version we know was complete, which is why Carden had to take a closer look at it. He recognised it at first glance, but when he saw the parts he worked on personally, he just couldn't believe they managed to figure it out. And if we read the documents Carden wants us to retrieve, we learn some very interesting details. The first one being the location of Lab X8. The Major notes that he might be able to find some secret documents down there that will shed some light on the zone's experiments. But also, these documents were signed by Lebedev, the man who found Clear Sky. This document proves he had an involvement with these experiments, which explains how he knew so much. He even had his own Gauss rifle that he gave this guy at the end of the game. I always knew there was something shady about that guy. Bringing the schematics back to Carden gives him the ability to fix the Gauss rifle. Turns out the scientists just placed an electrostatic artifact into the battery, giving a small but powerful supply of energy. Carden is also able to make ammo for you, and you know I dumped a lot of money into this thing because there is one point later in the game where this thing is crucial. We report back to the Colonel with the Gauss rifle and we give him the bad news. This weapon wasn't the reason why Stingray 4 and 5 crashed, as they went down due to electronic malfunctions. So why the fuck did the Major wait so long to tell him? That means the whole trip back to Zaton was a complete waste of time. The next thing we need to do is head down into Lab X8. Now this place feels like a maze. There's multiple floors, each containing a different kind of threat. There's no actual objective marker down here, you're simply tasked with finding documents. And as soon as you find one, you get a notification basically telling you, hey, you can leave now, but there's plenty more to find. You don't want the bad ending, do you? So of course I stayed down here to look for every single document. There are a total of 6 to find, and it did take me a while because some of them do blend well into the environment. But also, as I said before, this place was a maze. Document 1 mentions the biological field emitter inside X16, which was the weird giant brain that Strelok turned off. Document 2 talks about an experiment where they tested psi-field effects in different hemispheres. This test proved the noosphere theory was correct. Document 3 is basically a manual on the Gauss rifle. Document 4 contains information about biological samples sent from Lab X18. They were testing the effects of emissions on living beings. Document 5 again talks about research on the noosphere, but the most interesting part is that Lebedev's name is mentioned once again. And finally, the last document talks about an antenna they call the rainbow emitter. Not much is said about it, but I believe this antenna was actually the brain scorcher. With everything collected, we report back to the Colonel once again. And of course, he has one final chore for us to do. They have discovered that their comms are being blocked by something inside Pripyat. Yeah, not much else needs to be said. He wants us to go and destroy it because the team he sent out are fucking dead. The monolith has built one of those strange antennas inside the kindergarten. But this one is different. It's emitting psi radiation, which causes you to hear voices just like Strelok did when he was at the brain scorcher. This thing here is basically a miniature version of it, so I wonder if the sea consciousness was using psi fields to communicate with Monolith. These voices we're hearing might be what Monolith calls God. After destroying the jammer, we hear someone banging from inside the fridge. Open it up, we discover the Colonel's medic. He doesn't remember how he ended up inside, but he claims he felt the need to hide. The psi fields his antenna was producing caused his entire team to shoot each other, so the reason he doesn't remember what happened is because he temporarily fell under psi influence. We safely returned into the Colonel, and now we're able to contact HQ. Unfortunately, they won't be able to send rescue just yet because there's an incoming emission, so till then, we will have to wait until it passes. However, one of the Colonel's men picks up a signal that's moving towards us. It appears the monolith may be making one final push to kick out their unwanted guest. This is where he comes up with a bright idea to investigate it. That means us. So we head out to look for this signal, but when we approach its location, there's no one around. This is until the Major realises it's coming from underground.
It's underground.
Major Kowalski here. You better get back here. We need to prepare for possible attack.
We make a mad dash back to base, and instead of finding cover, they all stand at the entrance like a bunch of fucking idiots. But to their surprise, someone contacts them.
Don't shoot. I'm headed to the main entrance.
Who are you?
That person being Strelok. Since he has valuable information, we invite him inside. And this is where Strelok basically explains what happened to their choppers.
We had a map with the safe air corridor between anomalies, and the helicopters had emission protection systems.
That's odd. You're telling me you haven't noticed that anomalies move around after an emission. Some disappear, and new ones show up in different places, which makes your map of anomalies effectively useless.
So that's what it is.
What?
It was all because of their technology not working. Well, it's more complicated than that. They had maps of every anomaly and they were going to use this to bypass them. But when emissions happen, it causes anomalies to move around. So the maps they made became completely useless. They were essentially flying blind. Now, this reveal isn't surprising. If you played all the previous games, this is old news. The Gauss rifle made you believe that someone else was responsible, but it turned out to be a crucial mistake. The only thing to blame is the military's lack of knowledge about the zone. The final mission requires us to safely escort Strelok to the evacuation. If he dies, well, you get the bad ending. So you would think that outcome would make this ending segment tense, right? Well, no, not really. It's actually very easy. The only hard part was watching out for the snipers. But when you have the Gauss rifle, the threat is non-existent. We got to the choppers with zero pressure. It's quite an underwhelming mission, to be honest. But the slideshow at the end does feel satisfying. All your actions and choices through the game impact many outcomes. After a successful mission, the Major was promoted to Colonel and was offered a position to work at the HQ. But he declined this offer and requested to be sent back to the zone to become a permanent observer for the USS. However, all the information he gathered about the zone was removed from military archives and was filed as top secret, essentially burying the existence of the labs and experiments. They even tried to reproduce the Gauss rifles but gave up in the end due to it costing too much. Each questline in the game also has their own endings depending on what you did. If you became friends with either Duty or Freedom, it causes a war to break out in Jupiter. Whoever you sided with ultimately wins. But if you didn't choose sides, Duty and Freedom continue peace, and some even leave their factions to become free stalkers as they realise fighting was pointless. This, in my opinion, is the best ending for Jupiter. Both sides finally realised they were fighting for nothing. If you complete Herman and Ozerski's questline, their data helps develop groundbreaking medicine and technology. However, if you ignore this questline, their fundings get cut and they eventually leave the zone. But this one is pretty funny. If you find the Oasis, word quickly gets around which causes many stalkers to seek it for themselves. But bandits take advantage of this and start scamming stalkers. Despite taking out Jackal and his mercenaries, they still continue to operate within the zone and their interest in finding the labs increases. The USS also failed to identify their clients. It's the CIA, man, I tell ya. If Strelok survives the evacuation, the Scientific Institute recruits him as a consultant. He will help the military take control of the zone. But if he dies, the secrets of the zone dies with him too. However, if you think about it, maybe that's for the better. The military may use his knowledge to take advantage of these labs and also their experiments. There are many other endings for each storyline, but I don't want to drag this segment on. But that concludes Call of Pripyat. I feel like this game was GSC's true vision for Stalker, an open, expansive world for us to explore. Shadow of Chernobyl and Clear Sky were the stepping stones to set up Call of Pripyat, in my opinion their most ambitious title. It adopted many open world trends around that era and tried to create an experience where you decide your every move, rather than the games being linear with a few troubles in the way. But I do feel like this game was a downgrade in many areas. For one, the game was incredibly easy compared to the others and the story was far less interesting. Despite that, the side content for this game was amazing. If they made it harder and maybe improved the story, then I feel like Call of Pripyat would have been the best game out of the original trilogy. So that's it. I have covered every single Stalker game. I stuck to my word and gave you guys what you asked for. Now you better subscribe. Overall, I loved covering this franchise. It took me roughly 5 months to cover them all, but these kinds of videos take time. I thank you all for your support along this journey. And now, it's time to say goodbye to Stalker. Unless 1 million likes and I'll make a video on Stalker 2.